Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what would you do if you became 10 years old Harry Potter? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Sweat beaded on my forehead as the sun beat down steadily as it rose and higher in the sky on a warm Saturday morning. Spring had finally arrived after a long winter. I stopped for a moment, relishing the warmth and that singular feeling such a morning inspires, of having a day stretching forward with no obligations acting as constraints. The world was ripe with possibilities. Closing my eyes, I tilted my head back and let the tight muscles in my neck and back relax. Unbidden, a sigh of pure contentment escaped my lips as my shoulders slowly dropped down. Rolling my chin forward, I opened my eyes and squinted against the sunlight, looking around and assessing where my wandering had led me. I had set out that morning with no specific destination in mind, simply an irresistible feeling of restlessness, almost a wanderlust, a desire to simply walk until I was somewhere I had never been before. In an almost fugue state, I had taken turns at random, allowing the slightest whim to take me hither and thither. Now I stood in a quiet alley, paved in cobblestones and too narrow for anything but pedestrian traffic. Wrought iron lamps were set into the stone facades of the buildings on either side of the road. Most were residential buildings, with numbers on small brass plates set into their doors. However, one building further down across the street had a long wooden sign hanging from a beam that stuck out from high above the door. Walking closer, I could read the words painted onto it in ornate lettering. Caduceus Booksellers, purveyors of fine, rare, and used books since 1846. In the center of the sign was a carving filled with flaking gilding of a short staff, entwined by two serpents and surmounted by a pair of wings. Well, it's sure not Borders, I said aloud, intrigued by the little bookshop. My voice broke the stillness of the alley and startled a few pigeons in a nearby tree into flight. Crossing the street, I could see that the door had been propped open with a cinder block. Walking inside, the first thing I noticed was the smell. Dry, musty, and unmistakable. It was the smell of old books. It took a moment for my eyes to adjust to the dim light after the brightness outside. Two rows of towering bookcases formed a narrow tunnel stretching off into the depths of the store. I began making my way down the aisle, browsing the covers. There was no discernible ordering to the books. The only thing in common I could say was the layer of dust covering them. I wasn't surprised. Hidden away on a secluded residential street like this, they weren't likely to get much foot traffic. The only thing that surprised me was that they somehow managed to remain in business. A gap in the aisle of bookcases led into another, even narrower aisle that slanted off into another direction. The proprietor really had an interesting way of laying things out. I felt more like I was in a maze than in a store. More gaps opened up into more forks, and I followed them at random, taking note of prominently visible and memorable titles along the way so that I'd be able to find my way back to the entrance. Finally, I reached a dead end. Two shelves slanted inward, framing a tall, narrow shelf that bore a handwritten sign proclaiming it. Children's fiction. Not particularly interested in books for kids, I started to turn around when I noticed something on the bottom shelf, a carved wooden box. Getting down on one knee, I pulled it out for a closer look. It was indeed a box, with intricate carvings arranged in patterns across the entire surface. Turning it around, I saw that one face of the box was open. Within were 3 faded paperbacks. Immediately, a grin formed on my face as I saw the titles. Yes, I thought. It was past time for a reread. Unable to keep a spring from my step, I nearly skipped my way back through the store. After a while spent wandering the store, I finally found what appeared to be a cashier's counter. No one was there, but there was a metal deposit box fastened to counter, with a faded, yellowing sign that said, "Pay here." "Hello," I called out hesitantly. Silence was the only response. Shrugging, I turned the box around and found an equally faded and yellowing price sticker for $5. Pulling out my wallet, I stuffed a bill into the small slot in the box and began my quest to find the exit. Blinking as I emerged back into the brightness of the day, I was surprised to see the sun was well past its zenith in the sky. Getting lost in that labyrinth of a bookshop must have taken longer than it had seemed. Noticing a comfortable-looking, nicely sunlit bench in a small courtyard several buildings ahead, I hastened to it and sat down. A strange excitement coursed through me, an inexplicable impatience to read a book I had already read before, more than once. I did not question it much. I always enjoyed returning to one of my favorite settings, a place of magic and adventure, filled with characters that by now seemed like old friends. A feeling somewhere between anticipation and anxiety filled me as I drew out the first volume. Opening the cover, I flipped to the first page of the first chapter of Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone and started reading. Then everything went black. When I came to my senses, I found myself on my back in complete darkness. Disoriented, I felt panic begin to rise in my chest, but quickly suppressed the feeling. I closed my eyes, though it made no difference, and focused on my breathing for a time. Once I had calmed down, I began to assess the situation. Reaching down, I patted my pockets, but they were empty. No wallet, no phone, no keys. Had I been robbed? Kidnapped? Gingerly, I probed the back of my head with my fingertips but felt no pain. I hadn't been knocked out with a blow to the head, at least. Keeping silent, I slowly reached out my hands to either side and encountered walls on both sides before I could extend them fully. Beneath me, I could feel a thin carpet. Moving my hands up along the walls, I flexed my stomach and slowly sat up, and again was not fully upright before my raised hands encountered a ceiling, slanting upwards. Continuing to explore the walls by touch, I soon located a rectangular crack through which I could feel a slight current of air flowing. A door! Gently, I pushed in the center of the crack, but there was a quiet metallic click. It was latched shut from the outside. Leaning back on my elbows, I slowly let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. I was apparently someone's prisoner. Further search of my prison yielded a threadbare blanket, a few pieces of oversized clothing and ratty socks, a long piece of string, a short, broken pencil, and several marbles. My mind cycled through possible ways to use these items to escape, but the futility of it soon dawned on me. I wasn't going to MacGyver my way out of here. Sighing in defeat, I scrunched up the loose piece of clothing beneath my head as a makeshift pillow, covered myself in the poor excuse for a blanket, and settled back, listening. If I heard anyone approach, I was going to be ready, but the quiet and dark remained absolute, and I was left with only my thoughts. Remembering anything was difficult, requiring an enormous amount of focus, but I refused to let my attention slip as I tried to recollect what had led to my present predicament. Gradually, a picture began forming of the day's events. The pleasant Saturday morning walk around town, and then the odd bookstore. My ears popped as my mouth stretched into a huge yawn, a sudden wave of exhaustion flooding through my body. Despite my best efforts to remain alert, my eyelids seemed to grow incredibly heavy, and then I was asleep. Once again, my eyes found darkness when they opened. I had been having a strange dream, where I was being chased by an obese, purple-faced man with a ridiculous poofy mustache through an endless series of hallways. A rotund blonde boy would pop up from around corners, somehow always ahead of me, sticking a leg out to trip me or shoving me into a wall. I had woken up right as the fat man had loomed above me, his beady eyes filled with a mad rage as his hands reached down towards my throat. Unsettled, I felt no better as the fuzziness of sleep left my mind and recent events came back to me. Dim light filtered into the cramped space I was in through the thin gaps around the small door on my left. It seemed that I was in some sort of crawl space or attic. I gave the door another tentative push, but it again met the resistance of an external latch. Sighing, I closed my eyes and then fought the rising feelings of panic and helplessness. They would be of no help. Focusing on my breathing, I began a simple Zen meditation exercise, clearing my mind of anything except my attention on my breath. My heart slowed its frantic thudding with each inhalation and exhalation, the sound of its beating fading from my inner ear. The rhythm of the air circling through my lungs was the only thing I was aware of for some time, and it was soothing sensation, like the sound of waves softly breaking on a beach. When my mind and body were fully relaxed, I slowly let my attention open up again. Instead of discarding thoughts as they arose and letting them drift by like fallen leaves in a stream, I began to examine them. I always found myself to be in a heightened state of clarity in this post-meditation state, and soon a disturbing picture began to form in my mind's eye. The odd bookstore, the Harry Potter books I'd found, and then passing out when I began reading the first one. Now, I was locked in what could quite possibly be described as a cupboard under the stairs. Was I the victim of some sort of elaborate prank? The only other explanation seemed downright impossible. My musings were interrupted by a thunderous cacophony of heavy thumps and the strained creaking of wood. And for a moment, I was worried that there was an earthquake and that the entire place would collapse on top of me. Then there was no time for thought, as I heard heavy footsteps come to a stop outside the small door to my prison. I scrambled into a crouch, adrenaline filling me as the latch was released with a click. The small door was thrown open, replaced with a square of blinding light. Squinting and raising a forearm in front of my eyes to block out some of the light, I could see a hazy shape looming up above me, hands reaching down. I felt a dizzying sense of déjà vu, as if I had just been transported back into the dream I'd been having earlier. Meaty fingers grabbed my collar and hauled me bodily through the small opening. Grunted in pain as my shoulder met to the doorframe on my way out. I fell to my knees on a cream-colored carpet as my captor released his hold. My eyes, still adjusting to the light, took in a pair of shockingly skinny, hairless arms where I expected my own. Squeezing my eyes shut, I did my best to wake from what had to be a nightmare. A thunderous voice booming about above me disabused me of such hopes. Well, get up, boy. Breakfast won't cook itself, will it? The pure wrongness of the situation left me paralyzed, my mind reeling for a rational explanation. Was I in a coma, locked into a dream from which I could not awake? Such ponderings were cut short as I was roughly hauled to my feet and sent stumbling forward. I could see pristine, shining appliances through a doorway at the end of the hall. A kitchen. The words the man had yelled at me just sinking in. I was to cook breakfast. Following a primal instinct to put distance between myself and my captor, I hurried forward towards the kitchen. Forcibly collecting myself, I risked a glance backwards over my shoulder. The fat, mustached man from my nightmare stood there, glaring down at me. There was that déjà vu again. My worst fears were confirmed. This could only be some kind of coma-induced hallucination. I was trapped. Quickly weighing my limited options, I decided the safest strategy would be to play along. Fortunately, the kitchen was arranged, logically enough, and I had no trouble preparing a basic meal of bacon, scrambled eggs, and toast, along with some tea and orange juice. As I went through the familiar motions of cooking breakfast, I tried to assess my situation. I had to accept what I had previously considered but rejected as extremely unlikely. I was locked into some sort of Harry Potter-themed nightmare. I could only guess as to the cause of my predicament. Perhaps I'd experienced a seizure, and my mind had fixed on the last thing it had been focused on, the first chapter of the Harry Potter saga. Little whinging. Chapter 2. Little whinging. Grasping another weed by its base, I gave it a sharp tug and removed it from the loose soil. Adjusting to life at the Dursleys had not been pleasant, but yet surprisingly easy. Vernon and Petunia had an unending array of menial chores for me, and did not seem to expect any sort of response when issuing orders. So far, I hadn't spoken a word since I had arrived in my strange new situation. Fortunate, as I was pretty certain I'd still sound distinctly American. Dudley was the only one who seemed to have noticed a change. I can only imagine that the original Harry responded angrily to his childish taunts, but they had no impact on me. I felt only pity for Dudley. With the way his parents indulged him, he never really stood much of a chance of becoming a decent human being. He was not happy about my change in attitude, and while he had ceased his verbal harassment, his sullen gaze often tracked me as I went about my chores. The rage building in his piggish mind was plain to see, and I worried he'd soon try to escalate the situation. Still, so far I had made it through a week without any major incidents, and had even managed to uncover a few pieces of information. A surreptitious glance while disposing of Vernon's Sunday paper the previous day had told me that it was mid-June in 1991. I'd quickly learned that if I remained very quiet and seemingly focused on whatever chore I was assigned, Vernon and Petunia would ignore my presence and speak as if I weren't there. Yesterday, I'd overheard them quietly discussing plans to take Dudley to the zoo for his upcoming birthday. Now, on hands and knees as I weeded the front garden of number 4, Privet Drive, I began to seriously consider what I was going to do. The first few days, I awoke each morning expecting to find myself back in the real world. I eventually had to admit to myself the reality of my new situation, and knew that the fragile peace I had established with the Dursleys would be shattered the moment my Hogwarts letter arrived, even if I managed to avoid an incident at the zoo during Dudley's birthday. A thrill of excitement ran through me when I realized the full implications of receiving a Hogwarts letter. I'm going to learn magic. Unable to help myself, I let out a small whoop of joy at the notion and indulged in daydreams of being a wizard for a while, a pleasant respite from the drudgery of gardening. The wanderings of my imagination inevitably led me back to the many difficulties I'd soon be facing. I was an adult American locked in the body of a British 10-year-old. And not just any 10-year-old, but Harry Potter, the hero of one of my favorite series of fantasy books. Coming clean didn't really seem like an option. I doubted even Dumbledore would believe me, and honesty would probably just land me into St. Mungo's ward for the incurably insane. Given the headmaster's reputation as a master Legolamens, I'd have to be very careful indeed once I arrived at Hogwarts. At present, however, my biggest concern remained the Dursleys. I tried to stick to the motto of be seen, not heard, and it mostly worked well with Vernon and Petunia, but Dudley was another matter. In my more lucid moments, I felt bad for the boy, for he was only a product of his environment. In this case, terrible parenting. Yet it was hard to remain aloof when Dudley took such delight in punching, shoving, tripping, and chasing me whenever an opportunity presented itself. In other words, whenever he could tear himself away from stuffing himself with food or staring at the television. I didn't have many options of dealing with him. Even if I confront him and scare him into leaving me alone, he'd just run straight to Vernon and Petunia, and they could be much more problematic than their son. Though a little ashamed to admit it, Vernon's size and power scared me. My scrawny 11-year-old body was defenseless against his bulk. No, I had to get away from the Dursleys and secure some measure of independence, somewhere I could lay low until the time came to go to Hogwarts. My mind mulled over this issue as my hands picked weeds out of the loose dirt. I had to grasp them right at the base as I plucked them, or the stalks would tear and the roots would be left in the ground, and I intuited that I must come at my current problem the same way. If I simply approached the Dursleys with a proposition, I was bound to fail. It came down to a bargain. I had to offer them something in return for their permission to leave and probably a ride to London. Yet they held all the cards and would simply take whatever I offered them and give me nothing in return. What I needed was some kind of leverage, a firm grip which wouldn't break when I started to pull. The flower beds were empty of weeds, which were now heaped in a pile in the grass. Scooping them up, I carried them to the bin and dropped them in, barely cognizant of my actions. A plan of action was slowly taking shape in my head. Some of the details needed to be worked out, but I figured this was as good a shot as I was going to get. I'd have to be ready and vigilant, but it could work. The opportunity to complete the first phase of my plan came 17 days later, on the 4th of July. I knew the day had no significance to the British, but the American in me smiled with pleasure at the symbolism. My ticket to freedom, coming on Independence Day. I wiped the smile off my face and slid the thick yellow envelope up my shirt and under my waistband in a single, practice motion. I'd felt a bit silly, stuffing a folded-up old assignment I'd found under the mattress in my cupboard over and over again in the darkness. But it had given me something to do, and it had been worth it. My hand had just reemerged from beneath my shirt when Dudley's smirking face appeared from around the stairs. "Oi, give me that freak. The tickets are supposed to be here any day now." He snatched the stack of mail from my hands and lumbered to the kitchen, throwing letters over his shoulder as they proved not to be whatever tickets he was expecting. Satisfied that his attention was now occupied, I darted into my cupboard and shoved the letter under my mattress, and then hurried back out and trailed Dudley at a safe distance into the kitchen, picking up the trail of discarded mail he'd left in his wake. Any mess was blamed on me, and one of Dudley's favorite hobbies was getting me in trouble. The opportunity to complete the second phase of my plan came after another 2 days. It was Saturday, and Vernon had taken Dudley to the cinema for a matinee of the latest action flick. I was now alone in number 4 Privet Drive with Petunia Dursley, and it was time to play my hand. I waited until I heard the teapot whistling in the kitchen early in the afternoon. Petunia was nothing if not predictable. Vernon would still be in a movie theater, unreachable for at least another hour. This was critical to my plan. From everything I'd seen so far, Petunia might be reasoned with, even bullied, but Vernon would respond forcefully to any challenge of his authority, certainly from a defenseless 11-year-old. Slipping into my cupboard, I grabbed the letter. 2 nights ago, I had crumpled and uncrumpled it over and over to give it an aged, tattered look. The envelope it came in I'd shredded to pieces and then put down the drain the next time I'd done the dishes. My hands shook with adrenaline, and I took a few deep breaths, calming the jitters, then squared my shoulders and strode confidently into the kitchen. Petunia was sitting at the table, stirring sugar into her tea. She seemed surprised at my entrance, no doubt due to the sudden shift in my demeanor. Her eyes tightened in anger, and she opened her mouth, no doubt ready to reprimand me for attitude. But then she saw the letter in my hands, and her face cycled rapidly through several emotions. Confusion, then dawning understanding, and then a hint of uncertainty, maybe even fear. Good. I didn't give her a chance to get her bearings. I know everything, I said. I watched her reaction closely. The uncertainty and fear were gone. Her eyes had gone blank, looking inwards, considering. Petunia might be a horrible person, but she wasn't a total idiot. She was evaluating her options, trying to not give anything away. I didn't give her too much time to think. Keeping her off balance was my best chance of getting her to go along with what I wanted. I know how my parents died. I also know why I'm here, and where I'll be in September. I know Vernon won't like it, and that he'll try to stop it. I also know how much chance a muggle has of interfering in the affairs of wizards. I'd rehearsed that little speech in my head constantly the past few weeks. Petunia's face had gone white, the hand with which she'd been stirring her tea now frozen in place. I paused for a few more beats, waiting for the shock to leave her face and for the considering look to return. She recovered slightly less quickly this time, not surprising given the series of revelations I'd unleashed. I have a proposal. Cooperate with me, and Vernon and Dudley will never know anything about any of this. I'll return and live here for 1 month every summer for the next 6 summers, until I'm of age. This is required of me by Headmaster Dumbledore, or I would not trouble you with my presence. My cupboard will be suitable, and I will not require meals, but I will no longer do any cooking or cleaning. I will continue to garden to maintain appearances to the neighbors, and I'll corroborate whatever story you'd like to tell about where I am the rest of the year. All I require of you is £100, which I will repay when I arrive for my stay here next summer, and transportation to London at your earliest convenience. Drive me there, or get me on a train or a bus. I don't care. I stopped speaking again. I'd been prepared for Petunia to try to interrupt me, or even fly into a rage and scream at me, but she was taking it all quite calmly. I tried to sound as adult as possible, to further imbalance her psyche. I needed her to see me like an adult long enough to strike a bargain with me, and figured shocking her with my knowledge of the wizarding world and my adult demeanor might do the trick. Waiting until she had sat down for tea put us roughly at eye level. I needed every advantage possible to make this work, and it seemed to be paying off. Long moments of silence passed, but I felt calm and in control. A nice change after weeks of feeling like a mouse in a room with 3 hungry cats. Petunia had her thinking face on, and now I let her think. My hand was played. I hadn't made any threats, and had tried to appeal to her pathological need to maintain appearances. But I had also implied that wizards wouldn't like their affairs being messed with, and then name-dropped Dumbledore. Very well, Petunia finally said. Her tone was brisk, all business. Are you ready to leave now? It was all I could do keep from grinning. An hour later, I was sitting on a train headed east, watching the landscape hurtle by as I steadily drew closer to London. 5 crisp 20-pound notes from Petunia were in the pocket of the pair of Dudley's poorly fitting cast-offs I wore, folded into my worn Hogwarts letter. Beyond that, I didn't have a single possession in the world, and it felt great. I felt light and free, a world of possibilities awaiting, and I was shooting towards it with the inexorable momentum of 100 tons of steel. London, Chapter 3. London. I emerged from Paddington Station into the streets of a warm summer day in London, bringing up a hand to shield my eyes from the glare of the afternoon sun. I had found a map that had shown Charing Cross Station to be pretty near, only a few stops away to the east, and had decided to walk. I had to make my money last, and I had always wanted to visit London anyway. At this time in the day, the sun would be heading west, which meant shadows would be pointing east. My plan was to go south and hit Hyde Park, which had been shown on the map as a green rectangular region. The map hadn't shown a great amount of detail, but I judged that heading east from the southeastern corner of the park would get me roughly in the vicinity of Charing Cross Station. I assumed it'd be on Charing Cross Road, which I'd then simply wander up and down until I found the Leaky Cauldron. I set off down a street leading southeast. A small white sign with black letters told me I was on London Street. I wondered what had given this street the distinction of sharing its name with the city itself, over any other street. Four-story brick and buildings lined the streets, the first floors serving as shops, pubs, and restaurants. Everything was beautifully maintained, and there was a picturesque feel to the place. It was very much what I had imagined London to be like, and I liked it. I crossed a street named Seuss Gardens, and the London street became Seuss Place. I shrugged. Southeast was southeast. It was jarring seeing cars rushing towards me as I walked down the sidewalk on the right side of the street. At least I wouldn't have to worry about driving for quite some time. Possibly never. Wizards had little use for cars, and I was apparently one now. Navigating my way around my first London roundabout, I continued straight as the road narrowed into a single lane and ended in an intersection with a narrow cobblestone alley. Another white sign on the wall informed me these were the Hyde Park Garden Mews. I had heard the word mews before in British literature and had never really known what mews were. Low buildings lined the narrow street in either direction, and I decided to go left because it looked to be heading roughly east, which was better than going west. I was no more certain what mews were when I reached the end of the street, passing under a brick archway that made me think of the entrance to Diagon Alley. Grinning with a sudden surge of excitement, I took a right down the road I had emerged onto, and seeing a leafy green expanse beyond the next intersection, set off skipping towards it, feeling for all the world like the 11-year-old I looked like. Hormones, I reasoned, as I continued skipping, grin plastered onto my face. Hyde Park was pleasant enough, with long straight paved paths tracing their way through flat, trimmed grassy landscapes studded with trees. I found a path heading roughly southeast and set off down it. It had taken me at least a quarter of an hour to reach Hyde Park, and it had looked like it was right next to Paddington Station on the map. I realized that Charing Cross was much further than it had looked on the map, and that probably had a few hours walking ahead of me. But the sun was shining strongly, and the heavy scent of plants filled the summer air, and I was content with a bit of walking. After another 10 minutes, the trees had thinned out, and I was walking through a vast lawn crisscrossed with paths. I could see buildings off in the distance behind a line of trees. Moving steadily toward them, I began to review the next steps in my plan. Food and shelter were the obvious priorities, along with some sort of disguise. I didn't need to start attracting any attention as the boy who lived just yet. Gringotts was the logical first move. I didn't have my key, but maybe I'd be able to access my vault. If not, I'd at least be able to convert some of Petunia's money to galleons, or at least determine the exchange rate. If that had been mentioned in the books, I didn't remember it, nor did I remember the price of a room at the Leaky Cauldron. I stopped walking for a moment. Nuts, sickles, galleons I remembered, but what was 7 nuts to a sickle, 13 sickles to a galleon, maybe? Being raised by muggles, I wouldn't be expected to know, but having extra information never hurt. I continued on. In the distance, I could see a dark, metallic statue on a white stone pedestal. Upon drawing neared, I could see it was a muscular man, holding a sword and raising a shield to the sky. Some sort of Greek hero. The statue's martial pose suddenly made me realize the sheer enormity of my situation. I was the hero in this story, destined to fight the monster. Voldemort, an evil wizard with decades of experience and knowledge of unspeakable dark magic. Up until now, I had only been focused on escaping the Dursleys and then the possibilities of the magical world. Never once had the main conflict upon which Harry's story revolved entered my mind. The prophecy. The final showdown. I knew how it was supposed to end, but I didn't particularly want to go down that path of heroic self-sacrifice. I might be in his body, but I definitely wasn't Harry Potter. Deep down, I wasn't sure I was a hero. I had emerged into a wide, open expanse. A large stone structure with 3 arching gateways separated by rows of large columns off to my right caught my eye, and it was in the right direction, so I followed a throng of people moving toward it. A few passersby in Hyde Park had eyed me a bit closely for my comfort, and it dawned on me that an unaccompanied 11-year-old wandering a big city might be cause for concern to some good Samaritans. The crowd of people ahead of me were focused on the grand structures surrounding them, busy snapping pictures and consulting guidebooks. There were several couples of an age appropriate to be my parents, and even a few children near my age, so I stayed on the edges of the crowd, trying to blend in while taking in the scenery myself. I regretted not having a guidebook of my own. I suspected I was in a famous place with a name I'd recognize. A bustling crowd of people surged about in every direction, flowing around stationary clusters of gawking tourists. I let myself separate from the group I'd attached myself to, weaving my way through the crowd, the chaos shielding me from notice as well as the invisibility cloak I was itching to get my hands on. Figuring I had moved far enough south, I struck off east, walking into my shadow. I passed under another grand marble archway, this time with a winged charioteer adorning it. I ended up following a tree-lined street between 2 parks, which I remembered from the map. Buckingham Palace should be off somewhere to my left, but I couldn't make out anything through the trees lining the side of the road. I saw it on my right as I emerged from the park after another 15 or 20 minutes of walking. Sitting down for a break on the edge of a large, ornate fountain replete with a golden statue on top, I winced. I had walked a lot in my previous life, but Harry clearly wasn't in good shape. My feet and calves ached, and I was hungry and thirsty. I tried to recall the map I had studied in Paddington Station. Charing Cross Station had been east of Hyde Park, roughly northeast from the southeastern corner of the park and Buckingham Palace. Looking around, I saw another wide, tree-lined road stretching out from Buckingham Palace and heading off to the northeast. Good enough. Hopping back to my feet with a grunt, I circled around the fountain and set off, hoping that I'd find Charing Cross soon. I didn't want to spend any money before reaching Diagon Alley and figuring out exactly how far the £100 would get me, but I didn't want to pass out either. Solid meals at number 4 Privet Drive were unheard of, and I hadn't had anything to eat all day. It was getting late in the afternoon, and this scrawny, underfed body could only take so much. The crowds had thinned, and I had started to feel exposed again. Lone people, sometimes couples, passed by intermittently, and I got several concerned glances. A quick look at me, then a look around me, then a look back at me. The moment of hesitation, where they considered if they should get involved. I kept my head down and quickened my pace. I could see an indistinct gray shape at the far end of the road I was following, but the road was flat and straight, and it was impossible to tell if it was 5 minutes or half an hour away. I was really starting to feel hunger and exhaustion set in, my enthusiastic energy sapped by over an hour walking and my growing feeling of paranoia. After what seemed like forever, but was probably only another 15 minutes, the gray blob had resolved into yet another grand stone archway, this one the most impressive yet. It was actually a building that spanned over the road in 3 large Roman arches. A Latin inscription at the top of the building read, Anno Decimo Edwardi Septimi Regis Victoriae Regini Civis Gratissimi MDCCCCX. I had taken a year of Latin long ago and would be needing to brush up on it anyway for my magical education. So I took a moment to try to puzzle out the meaning of the inscription. Anno was year, Decimo was 10, Edwardi Septimi Regis was Edward's 7th king, or King Edward VII. Victoriae Regini would be Queen Victoria. Civis would be people, like civilians, probably the people of England, and gratissimi was gratitude. I worked out the math for the year. 1,000 plus, 500 plus, 100 plus, 100 plus, 100 plus, 100 plus 10 is equal to 1910. Like riding a bike. So, my best guess was the inscription meant King Edward VII had built the archway in the 10th year of his reign, which was 1910, and dedicated it to his queen and his people. A nice gesture, if my rough translation was at all accurate. A shorter archway for pedestrians stood off to the side of the three massive ones, and I entered it, passing through a tunnel under the structure and out into another grand plaza. Through a gateway, into an impressive plaza. Seemed like a theme for this city. As far as I could remember from the map and my journey to this point, I should now be in the immediate vicinity of Charing Cross Station. I scanned the area for the telltale red circle I'd see at Paddington Station that represented the Underground, and saw one a bit off to my left. I hurried over and confirmed that this was indeed my destination. A bit of wandering around looking for street signs later, I figured I was in Trafalgar Square and that I just walked in down the mall, but I was unable to find any streets named Charing Cross Road. Before long, I found a bus stop with a map and was able to find it. Though it seemed to run straight into my current location was a jumble of small, unlabeled streets on the map, so I figured my best bet was to just head north and keep my eyes open. It was well into the afternoon, and I was worried I wouldn't be able to get into Gringotts before the morning. If they were anything like Muggle banks, they wouldn't be open very late, and I doubted goblins would go out of their way to accommodate wizards. However, I got lucky after a few minutes walking north. A white sign set into the side of a building said Charing Cross Road in black letters. My luck stayed with me, and another 20 minutes later, I was outside of a dilapidated-looking building, but with a well-maintained wooden sign, gilt lettering proclaiming at the Leaky Cauldron. Diagon Alley. Chapter 4. Diagon Alley. Relief flooded me as I pushed open the door into the pub. My journey through London hadn't taken more than a few hours, but it had left me exhausted, both physically and mentally. Being a lone 11-year-old in a big city I was unfamiliar with no map, no watch, and nowhere to go at the end of the day, had been unexpectedly stressful. I would have to make sure to not underestimate the challenges ahead of me, however mundane. Realizing I had forgotten about getting a disguise, I patted my fringe down on my forehead to cover my scar and kept my eyes down. The cauldron was a lot bigger on the inside than it appeared from the street, something I'd probably be seeing often in the wizarding world. I had entered into the bar area and could see an older man hunched over the bar that must be Tom. Off to my left was another, larger room with more seated patrons, and a stairway behind the bar must have led up to the rooms. I hurried up to the bar, where Tom was pouring ale for a frowning old wizard with a long white beard which looked soggy at the end, as if it had dipped into a mug of ale. "Excuse me, sir," I said, trying to be quiet while still making myself heard over the muted din. "I'm for Hogwarts, sir, and looking for Diagon Alley." I figured I was failing miserably at sounding like an 11-year-old British kid, but I was trying my best. Tom didn't even look up, just flicked his head toward the right. "Around the bar, out the back. Can't miss it. It's busy this time of summer. Someone will be through shortly. Just wait for it to open up." I didn't bother to thank him, just scurried off in the indicated direction before he could look up. I knew someone would probably end up recognizing me eventually, but I wanted to postpone that inevitability as long as possible. The last thing I needed was Dumbledore catching wind of my whereabouts and plopping me back with the Dursleys for the rest of the summer. The back exit of the cauldron led to a tiny courtyard that faced a blank brick wall. There were some crates and barrels stacked up along the outer wall of the pub, so I took a seat on a crate and leaned back on the wall, still tired from the walk. I only got a few minutes to relax. Then the bricks in the wall I was facing began to shift and flex, pulling apart and opening up into an archway. I thought back to the stone archway exiting the Mews when I'd first arrived in London, and the successively grander archways I had passed on my way here. Yet despite its humble appearance, this was the grandest yet. Concerned about being noticed, I hadn't taken a close enough look around the Leaky Cauldron to notice any magic. This was, though, the real thing happening right in front of my eyes. Whatever this crazy thing happening to me was, it felt real, and the magical doorway was really opening into Diagon Alley. A couple of boys, several years older than me, emerged, pushing and shoving and shouting, and their harried-looking parents followed. I slipped by them unnoticed, and into the wizarding world proper. I didn't want to stick out, but couldn't help spending a few moments staring. Everything looked a couple hundred years old, including the fashion choices of the witches and wizards walking around. Most were in robes, but a few wore old-fashioned suits like Victorian gentlemen, and some were dressed in regular Muggle clothing, usually accompanied by children my own age. There were also plenty of kids running around without their parents, which caused me to relax quite a bit. After a decade as adult, it was unnerving to put people on alert simply because of my status as an unaccompanied child. I hadn't had an adult's aware of things when I was that age, and I realize now just how foolish any childhood fantasies I'd entertained of running away from home had been. An 11-year-old on his own stuck out like a sore thumb. But Diagon Alley was apparently safe enough to let 11-year-olds run around unattended. There were plenty of parents sitting down in couples or groups, engaged in conversation and apparently unconcerned that their wards could get into any serious trouble here. Perhaps older siblings were charged with keeping a closer eye. Regardless, I was able to move down the alley unharassed. Really, there was nothing alley-like about it. It was a long cobbled street, which would be a narrow fit for 2 lanes of cars, but easily wide enough for a healthy flow of pedestrians. The cobblestones were worn to a soft smoothness by hundreds of years of foot traffic. I stuck to the right side of the street, skirting the edges of the slow-moving, window-shopping throngs of witches and wizards. I'd have plenty of time for lollygagging, but it would be a lot more fun if I got access to my funds at Gringotts first. Gringotts was at the far end of the alley, which after the massive scale of London seemed like it took no time at all. It was an imposing marble structure, with a forest of thick columns surrounding a massive rectangular entryway. I wondered if they needed the door to be that big to get the dragons inside. The massive bronze doors stood open, with goblin guards wearing scarlet and gold uniforms and wielding wicked-looking pikes posted on either side. There was a steady trickle of traffic going in and out of the bank, and the guards paid them no heed. They didn't pay me any heed either as I walked through and found myself in a small entry hall with another, smaller pair of doors, silver this time, at the far end. I wondered if there was an even smaller, golden door somewhere deeper in the bank. To complete the metaphor, there was a poem advising me to take heed and avoid greed, which I was fine with. I never really cared much about money the way some people did. I just always wanted enough to not have to worry about it much. I had always wondered why a wizard would need money at all when they had magic at their disposal. I wasn't a wizard yet, though, not in more than name anyway. No wand, no broom, no cauldron, and no Hogwarts education. But the start of it all was getting some wizard money, and I strode through the silver doors. Time to see what goblins were like. Goblins, it turns out, are pretty much like airport security workers. Surly, disinterested, condescending, and altogether unpleasant and difficult. While airport security workers usually seemed incompetent enough to justify the attitude, the goblins were clearly competent, but just as clearly took delight in inflicting this minor, bureaucratic torment on wizard kind. I found an empty counter and stepped up to it. I was barely tall enough to see over it, and had craned my neck to make eye contact with the goblin behind it, who was probably the same height as me but clearly on a raised section behind the counter so as to be eye to eye with an adult wizard. He immediately sneered down at me, before I could say anything, eyeing my shabby clothes. "This is Gringotts Bank. Are you lost?" He had a gravelly voice, dripping with scorn. "No, sir. I have 2 inquiries. The first inquiry is what the exchange rate from pounds to galleons is." £5 to the galleon, he fired off automatically, sounding bored. "But this is not an information kiosk for ignorant young wizards. Do you have business with the bank?" Now, he sounded irritated but hopeful that he would soon be rid of me. Goblins were certainly expressive creatures when it came to expressing displeasure. My second question is if I can access my vault without my key. My parents were killed, and I never received any of their possessions, but I'm told they had a vault here, and I'm their only heir. The goblin's frown deepened. "This is most irregular. We ensure that every active vault's key is with its proper owner. Lying to Gringotts is something goblins take very seriously, boy. What is the name on this supposed vault?" I brushed my hair off my forehead deliberately. "Potter. Harry Potter," I said, doing my best James Bond impression. The goblin performed what I assumed was his race's version of a double take. He blinked several times in rapid succession while inhaling sharply through his long, pointed nose, causing a faint whistling sound. Mr. Potter, forgive me, but your appearance." The goblin was suddenly businesslike, though his tone was not nearly as apologetic as his words. "Don't worry about it," I said. "Why don't I have my key? I live with my aunt and uncle, and I'm certain they know nothing about it. I learned about my account from a friend of my parents who thought the key was lost." The goblin explained that Gringotts keys were goblin property on loan to vault owners, and as such they were never lost because goblins did not lose their property. If Harry didn't have his key, there was a reason for it, and this reason would be contained in Gringotts records. The goblin said this with such supreme confidence that Harry couldn't doubt him. "I apologize for the irregularity, but can I get into my vault without my key?" I asked. When the goblin nodding and busted off with a muttered, "Wait here," I felt a surge of excitement and relief. I was still an 11-year-old on his own, without a wand, but now it looked like I had money, more than the 20 galleons worth of muggle money in my pocket that would have had to last me for a month and a half. There were no seats around, couldn't have waiting wizards getting comfortable, so I stood shifting my weight from foot to ease the aching in my legs. The goblin returned after a little while, which I spent inventorying the items I'd need right away. New clothes and a meal, in that order. "Griphook will be here soon. He sees to the Potter account, and will explain your situation to you." With that, he shifted his gaze above my head as if I were no longer there, which I took as a signal to wander off to the side of his counter. Once I didn't look like a bum and had a full belly, I'd have to worry about shelter. Griphook proved to be significantly more pleasant than the teller. "Your key is with your magical guardian, as a standard policy for underage wizards with muggle guardians. We apologize for any confusion, but this is a very rare situation," Griphook explained as he led me to a mine cart. "Do I need to take some sort of test, since I don't have a key?" I asked. Griphook smiled rather nastily. "The magic protecting the vault will serve that purpose." I got the impression that failure of the test was not pleasant. The cart took off with a jolt, and within moments we were whizzing through the tunnels beneath the bank. I got glimpses of massive vault doors with numbered plates fastened above them. Down one diverging tunnel, I saw a flicker of reddish light, which I suspected could be Diagon fire further down the tunnel. We soon arrived at Vault 687. Griphook ran his finger along the dark iron surface of the door, and the keyhole rotated into the door, replaced by a small, wickedly sharp blade. "Prick your finger on the blade. You are lucky you have one of the older vaults, Mr. Potter. Requesting the blood lock has mostly gone out of fashion," Griphook said. I pressed my left pinky, the least used of my 10 fingers, onto the blade's point until I felt a sharp pain. I jerked my hand back in surprise as the outer rim of the door immediately began to whirl, the sudden roar of metal grating on metal filling the cavernous silence. "Griphook, can you tell me what would have happened if I failed?" I asked, morbidly curious. Griphook was silent for a moment, then simply said, "That blade is much longer than it appears during the verification stage." I winced, imagining pricking my finger and the blade spearing through me with the same instantaneous speed it had opened the vault. My attention was quickly diverted by the piles of gold stacked up on the floor in front of me. Definitely hundreds of galleons, maybe more than 1,000, but not much more, I decided after a few moments' assessment. Smaller piles of sickles and nuts that probably didn't add much to the total sum. A total of 2,000 galleons, upper limit, meaning around 10,000 British pounds. Not a negligible sum, and prices had seemed reasonably low in the books, but I wasn't rich by any means. If the Potters had a fortune left, it wasn't in this vault, and Griphook had made no mention of this, being a trust vault set aside for my use before coming of age. I counted as I loaded up the pockets of Dudley's pants, managing to 57 galleons. Dudley's elephantine size was actually working to my advantage for once. A bracing cart ride returned me to the surface, somehow just as fast when ascending as descending, defying the laws of physics with aplomb. The sun was getting low in the sky. I estimated the time to be about 5 in the evening. Diagon Alley was still bustling, and I set off without further dalliance, headed towards Jamble and Gabe's joke shop, which I had spotted on my way to the bank. The joke shop had many amusing items for sale, but they weren't the purpose of my visit. I found what I was looking for after a few minutes of searching the store. Making my selections and heading to the front, I paid for my purchase with a single galleon and received 4 sickles and 12 nuts and change from the elderly proprietor. Working out the sums in my head on my way out, I calculated that a galleon was worth 17 sickles and a sickle 29 nuts. My pockets now bulging with coins and my new purchases, I set off. In search of the second-hand robe shop, I remembered Mrs. Weasley going to. Dudley's cast-offs were not only inconveniently ill-fitting, they also irked me on an emotional level. There was something particularly humiliating about not having one's own clothing. I passed several stores I recognized from the books. Elop's Owl Emporium, Quality Quidditch Supplies, and Flourish and Blots all seemed to be doing healthy business. A fair amount of it was, I found the robe shop in a small cul-de-sac of shops behind the main concourse, reached by going through an alley between a shop selling cauldrons and a broomstick repair shop. The robe shop was nestled between a store selling used broomsticks and another selling second-hand luggage, the storefronts all chipped and shabby. There were only a few shoppers here, their robes looking distinctly more threadbare, their expressions more harried. The interior of the robe shop was much nicer than the outside, and while the robes were often rather the worse for wear, they were neatly patched and hemmed and altogether quite serviceable. I found a set of black robes with several pockets, so spacious they must be magically expanded, since I could fit my arm in them well past my elbow. I bought them without taking them off for a handful of sickles, and then transferred the contents of my pockets. The surface of the robes remained smooth, as if the pockets were completely empty, and the coins didn't jangle anymore as I walked. Magic was pretty awesome. Feeling a lot better about my appearance, I made my way back towards Oglethorpe Outfitters. I had to resist the temptation to go into the broom shop. The appeal of flight was undeniable, but I knew it'd be wiser to wait for my lessons at Hogwarts, in Madame Pomfrey's competent presence. At the very least, it would be nice to know how much a broomstick actually cost. Both of Harry's had been gifts, the first from McGonagall and the second from Sirius Black. I ignored my urge to stop. The lengthening shadows had me feeling pressed for time, as there were still a few more stops I wanted to make during business hours. I quickly retraced my steps and found myself inside Oglethorpe's. A middle-aged man with dark hair, graying at the temples, was engaged with a tall, elderly wizard with a lot of wispy white hair and beard in the back of the shop. I could hardly see them through the maze of tents filling the premises, and they took no notice of my arrival. Some of the tents were huge and grand, made of fine, glossy fabric and topped with turrets and pennants. Discreet placards near the entrances to their sumptuous, multi-level interiors showed these to cost many hundreds of galleons, in addition to listing the many enchantments cast on the tent. These seemed to include a standard catalog of things like soundproofing, weatherproofing, spells to deter notice by muggles and wild animals, charms to make the toilets flush, and to provide hot water for showers, and animation spells that'd pitch and unpitch the tent. Making my way to the edge of the room, I found smaller, less expensive-looking tents set up against the outer wall. Even the cheapest tent looked like it would more than satisfy my needs. A tiny, low-slung structure of dark canvas on the outside. The inside had the appearance of a small bachelor pad. A small carpeted living room had doors leading to an even smaller bedroom and bathroom. There were shelves built into the walls of the living room, and a small kitchen area with a sink, stovetop, and icebox in one corner, but it was otherwise unfurnished. Windows and a large skylight in the living room looked out into the store, though there were no openings in the tent's exterior. The placard informed me that this most basic model would cost 50 galleons. Though this would leave me nearly broke, pending another visit to Gringotts, I'd be able to camp out in Muggle parks without much fear of anyone stumbling across me. The proprietor of Oglethorpe's, it turned out, was the middle-aged man with the graying temples. He found me as I was exiting the tent and looked behind me expectantly. It didn't take legilimency to know he was looking for my parents, so I cut off his inevitable question with one of my own. I think I'll take this one. Couple of questions. How does the tent look when it is unpitched, and how do I pitch and unpitch it? The man, who introduced himself as Orpheus Oglethorpe, immediately launched into an explanation of the tent's features, clearly in his element. In my experience, if you give people an opportunity to talk about something they like, they'll ignore the more awkward aspects of a situation. Mr. Oglethorpe demonstrated how the tent would fold itself up when tapped with a finger or wand in two spots, delineated by circular black patches sewn into the canvas. The same patches were visible on the outside of the small bundle that the tent wrapped itself into, and tapping them would point the tent to setting itself up. I purchased a tent without further ado, counting out 50 galleons and exchanging them for the canvas bundle. A pair of straps hung off it, letting me wear it on my back under my new robes. Upon exiting, the smell of fried food assaulted my nostrils, and the hunger I had forgotten about in the excitement of finding Diagon Alley returned in full force. My nose led me to a street vendor selling fresh fish and chips, and I wolfed down the hot, greasy food, which was instantly revitalizing. My final stop for the evening was Flourish and Blots. I picked up the familiarly titled books from my Hogwarts letter for history, charms, potions, and transfiguration, as well as Hogwarts, a history, and an introductory text in arithmancy. Rounding out my reading list was Practical Household Magic by Zamira Gulch. Paying for the stack of books left me with just a handful of sickles and nuts. I stuffed them all into my robes, the thick tomes straining the capacity of my magically expanded pockets. Heading back towards the alley's exit, I followed an exiting group into the cauldron and was soon back in Muggle London. I trekked back to Hyde Park in the gathering darkness and set up my tent in a sparse copse of trees as the last rays of the setting sun were receding behind the horizon. Using the last bit of daylight, I emptied my pockets and lined all my possessions, old and new, on one of the shelves built into the wall of the living room. Then, I stretched out on the soft carpet and was soon fast asleep. Diagon Alley Revisited. Chapter 5. Diagon Alley Revisited. A/N. Thanks to Linda SC for my first review. Harry will complete his shopping in this chapter. In the next chapter, he begins to explore magic while struggling to live on his own. That one should be ready in a week or so. The sun was just beginning its journey across the heavens when I awoke the next morning. The sky looked cold, gray, and foggy, but the interior of the tent felt warm and cozy. Since it was still much too early to return to Diagon Alley and resume my exploration, I settled in and began skimming the first-year texts I'd bought. Over the next few hours, I noticed some joggers and cyclists passing by on the path outside my tent. The enchantments preventing the tent from being seen by muggles seemed to be working flawlessly, and I felt a small thrill knowing I was practically invisible, as long as a witch or wizard didn't happen to walk by. I tried out the tent shower for the first time, which had knobs for hot and cold water just like a muggle one. Once clean, I dressed and returned my Hogwarts letter and muggle pounds to my robe's pocket, planning on completing my shopping today. After a moment's consideration, I removed my robe and tied the sleeves around my waist. A wizard robe would attract notice in Muggle London. Watching through the windows until the coast was clear, I exited my tent and tapped the black patches to activate the self-packing enchantment. Soon it had folded itself away into a neat canvas bundle, and I hitched it up onto my shoulders. The sun was now high in the sky, and it had burned away the morning fog. I ambled east down Bayswater Drive, which ran along the northern edge of Hyde Park. After 20 minutes, I came across a department store called Marks & Spencer on the left side of the street. I found several packages each of V-neck t-shirts, ankle-cut socks, and boxer briefs, all in black. Tallying the prices, I selected a black hooded bomber jacket, 2 pairs of soft, loose-fitting black chinos, and some comfortable rubber-soled black leather shoes. I paid for my new clothing and loaded it up into the pockets of my robe. Exiting the department store with a handful of pounds left over, I continued heading east. 5 or 6 blocks further, I found a McDonald's and spent the rest of my muggle money on a Big Mac, large fries, and a soda. After eating, I turned south onto a street named after Poland, then alternated making left and right turns on the narrow back streets, working my way in a zigzag southeast. Luck was with me, and after nearly an hour of steady walking, I hit a section of Charing Cross Road I remembered from yesterday. Taking a left, I walked a few blocks to the Leaky Cauldron. Shrugging into my robe, I hustled through to the back with my head down. The archway into the alley was open, with people both entering and exiting, and I slid through the crowded passage. Perhaps I was being a bit paranoid with my efforts to avoid notice. But then maybe my paranoia was the reason I hadn't attracted any attention yet. My first stop in the alley was Gringotts. After collecting 300 galleons, I handed 50 to Griphook and asked him to convert them to Muggle currency. He told me that a 10% money changer's fee would be deducted, so I picked up and forked over another 5 galleons to cover it. I emerged from the Goblin Bank half an hour and 2 cart rides later laden down with 250 galleons and the same number of British pounds. My next stop was Ollivander's, where I got the Holly and Phoenix feather wand for 10 galleons in a process eerily reminiscent of the scene in the books. I suspected Ollivander might have prepared a script for the encounter. I hoped that none of the shopkeepers would think to mention my presence to Dumbledore, given the volume of Hogwarts shopping going on. Returning to the second-hand luggage store I'd seen yesterday, I eventually found a promising trunk. It looked like a normal wooden trunk, brass fittings adorning the edges and corners, and a pair of wheels jutting out on one side. The interior was significantly deeper than it appeared from the outside, and a false panel covering half of the trunk's bottom slid aside to reveal a trapdoor. The trapdoor opened onto a space that was about 10 feet cubed, with walls made of the same wood as the trunk, and a rope ladder hanging down to the chamber's floor. I was about to descend when a clerk approached me, a chubby brunette in her 30s with a pleasant smile on her face. "Hey there, getting your Hogwarts trunk?" she chirped brightly. "Yes, how much is this one? My family travels a lot, and my father told me to find a trunk like this with a lot of storage. He gave me galleons to pay for it." I replied, doing my best to sound like a precocious youngster. I had noticed that when I spoke without hesitation, my words came out with a perfect British accent despite my being an American. That was one thing I didn't have to worry about, at least. Soon I was counting 35 galleons from my pocket as the clerk explained the trunk's features. In addition to the standard weight, reduction, and protection charms, there was a custom locking enchantment added by the previous owner. With a grimace of distaste at the barbarity, she explained that I'd need to shed some of my blood on the floor of the chamber under the trapdoor to bind the trunk under my ownership. Thereafter, only I'd be able to open the trunk's clasp. "Can I go ahead and do that now?" I asked after she'd finished counting the coins I'd handed her. After her nod of acquiescence, I climbed down the rope ladder, pulling the trapdoor closed over me. I set up my tent in a corner of the room and went inside it to freshen up from the walk across London in the bathroom before changing into my new clothes. I gathered up all the discarded packaging along with my old hand me-downs from Dudley and put them into the bag they'd given me at the department store. This was feeling pretty good new, properly fitting clothes under my robes, my pockets loaded with galleons, and even more importantly, a wand. The comfortable new shoes felt particularly good after all the walking I'd been doing in Dudley's ratty old trainers. Ignoring the urge to try out a few of the charms I'd read about that morning, and realizing I had nothing to cut my finger with, I climbed back out of the trunk. I then latched it shut and left the store dragging it behind me, waving goodbye to the friendly clerk who returned my wave with a smile. I walked into the used broomstick shop next door and spent some time looking at price tags. The most expensive brooms, recent Nimbus models in good condition, were upwards of 100 galleons. I found a serviceable-looking Clean Sweep 7 for 47 galleons and bought it, no questions asked. Depositing my broom into my trunk and heading back to the main concourse, I continued on and soon came upon Potage's cauldron shop. I bought 2 cauldrons, the required size 2 pewter one for 15 galleons, and a larger size 3 self-stirring brass cauldron for 30 galleons, which I plan to use for personal projects. The proprietor of Potage's directed me to Slug and Jiggers Apothecary a few shops down, where I got a set of brass scales, some glass stirring rods, a pair of protective dragonhide gloves, a pair of knives for cutting and chopping, and a set of crystal files and glass vials with cork stoppers held in a 2-tier wooden rack. Altogether, this set me back another 42 galleons. I also picked up an owl order potion ingredient catalog from a stack I noticed on the counter while paying, loading everything up into my trunk again before leaving the shop. I'd been trying to keep a running tally in my head of how much I'd spent, and though I'd lost track of the precise sum, I figured I had less than 100 galleons left. Wanted to get this last requirement for Hogwarts out of the way before spending some time browsing Flourish and Blots. I set off in search of Madame Malkin's to get my Hogwarts robes. The store in question was much larger than the secondhand robe shop I'd visited yesterday, filled with warm daylight from several circular skylights in the ceiling. The seamstress who approached me paused, her eyes flicking up to my forehead for a moment and widening, but she made no further comment. "Hogwarts, dear? The usual?" she asked. I nodded and scanned the shop as a magical tape measure began to snake across my body for a second time that day. Several middle-aged witches were browsing the racks of cloaks and robes, probably shopping for their children. A brown-haired pair of toddlers chased each other about the store, shrieking and laughing as they scampered about. The seamstress told me that my robes would be ready in around an hour, and that I could pay when I came to pick them up. Thanking her, I left Madame Malkin's and, consulting my Hogwarts letter again, saw that I'd forgotten to get a telescope. I didn't remember seeing one in any of the shops I'd been in so far, so I began scanning display windows for the right sort of shop. Right next to Madame Malkin's was a store selling quills and stationery called amanuensis quills. While it wasn't on my list of items, I realized I'd probably need some. I frowned. That seemed like a rather glaring oversight, particularly for Muggle-born students. I went in, and seeing the shopkeeper wasn't busy, asked if he could recommend appropriate supplies for a first-year Hogwarts student. He quickly set off about the shop, assembling a collection of quills, ink, blotting sand, and rolls of parchment on the front counter. That should about cover it. "We also do owl orders if you need anything during term. Here's our catalog," he said, grabbing a small booklet with the store's name printed on it from behind the counter. "Thank you," I replied. "Do you have journals or notebooks that I could use for my personal notes?" After seeing the available options, I went a single, leather-bound book he called the variable volume. At 20 galleons, it was quite expensive for something with blank pages, but the magic it was enchanted with made it worth the price in my opinion. In addition to several convenient charms, like one which would allow me to erase ink by rubbing the page with the tip of my wand, the variable volume was a multi-subject notebook. One merely wrote, added the title of the subject on the first page, and tapped a subject 3 times with a wand to activate it. "Wonderful choice, sir. The variable volume was invented by my great-grandfather, and there isn't anything else quite like it. Wouldn't get this at Scribulus." "Oh no," he chortled. From his slightly bitter tone, I took it that Scribulus was his competitor and that perhaps they did slightly better business than his rather deserted shop. He helped me key the volume to my ownership, conjuring a pen I could stab my finger with and presenting me with the side of the book. I pressed my bleeding fingertip into the center of the spine as directed, and watched in amazement as my bloody fingerprint faded away as if being absorbed into the leather surface. I handed over 27 galleons and 12 sickles and thanked the man for his help, then put my purchases into my trunk and left the stationery store to continue my hunt for a telescope. Before long, I had located Wiseacre's Wizarding Equipment, which sold a variety of objects I didn't recognize in addition to the few I did, which fortunately included telescopes. The young, bored-looking, which behind the counter pointed me towards a nearby stand of small brass-plated models when I asked about a telescope for Hogwarts, then covered a yawn. After making my purchase, I made a beeline for Flourish and Blots. First, I set about finding the remaining books listed in my Hogwarts letter and piling them up on my trunk, which I left by one of the many small reading tables scattered about the premises. I then set off browsing titles at random, pulling out interesting-looking ones and adding them to my stack. After what must have been at least half an hour of this, I had amassed a rather impressive heap of books on my trunk. So I sat down at the table and began to attempt to whittle it down to a size I could afford with my remaining funds, while still having enough to pay for me robes. In the end, I decided on 5 books in addition to the required Hogwarts texts. The Enchanter's Primer listed charms that could be used to enchant places and items. Guide to Advanced Occlumency was an obvious purchase. I had plenty of reasons to get an early start with that. Despite its archaic language, Charms of Defense and Deterrence seemed like a great resource, full of spells I didn't remember from the books, as well as a large section devoted to the Patronus charm. My final 2 books were meant to give me deeper background on the wizarding world, the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Shifting my attention to the books I wouldn't be purchasing, I spent some time reading. After skimming ahead through several grades of the Standard Book of Spells, I decided to buy the whole set, since I'd need them anyway for later years, and they would make a great reference until then. Deciding that my robes were certainly ready by now, I bought my stack of books and returned to Madame Malkin's. After paying for the books and the robes, I was down to a dozen galleons and a couple fistfuls each of sickles and nuts, but had just acquired just about everything I'd needed and felt satisfied with the results of my shopping. I'd need an owl too, but wanted to wait until later in the summer. I didn't need another responsibility, given my current living situation. Afternoon had set in some time ago, so I began to drag my trunk towards the alley's exit. Much to my satisfaction, I was able to activate the entrance to the cauldron with my own wand this time, and I passed through the pub back into Muggle London. I noticed several Chinese restaurants on the other side of Charing Cross Road and crossed the street. Following the Chinese characters on the sides of buildings, I soon found what I was hoping for, an Asian supermarket. On the inside, the Chinese grocery store looked exactly the same, like ones I'd been to in America. Picking up a cart, I got a few heavy bags of rice, a bottle of soy sauce, a bag full of apples, and a crate of single-meal noodle cups which just needed some hot water added to them. Nothing fancy, but it'd allow me to avoid visiting a restaurant for every single meal. My trunk was full to the brim after I packed away the groceries. Continuing west along the street I had been following, I soon found myself in an area that looked familiar from the morning's journey. I managed to retrace my steps all the way to Hyde Park, and, after a stop for dinner at the same McDonald's, was on the path in front of my spot as dusk settled in. The trunk had been difficult to drag all that distance despite the lightning charm's help, leaving my legs aching and my shoulders sore. There were only a few people passing through this section of the park, and it wasn't long before I had a chance to drag my trunk behind the cover of the small trees and overgrown shrubbery. Not wasting any time, I opened the trunk and piled my purchases out onto the ground to expose the trapdoor. Climbing down into the chamber, I retrieved my tent and set it up outside, then refilled the trunk and pulled it into the tent. Finally feeling secure behind the anti-muggle charms, I spent some time unpacking the trunk and organizing everything on the shelves lining the walls. Before long, my fatigue overtook me, though, and I made my way into the bedroom. Darkness greeted me as I opened my eyes. Temporarily disoriented, it took me a moment to remember where I was. I'd fallen asleep quite early the previous night, exhausted after the day of walking, shopping, and more walking. Sitting up and crossing my legs, I spent a while meditating. If attention was like a muscle that one must flex to use, this form of meditation was like relaxing that muscle and keeping it completely passive while your mind tickled you with thoughts. My breathing slowed and deepened, and I became aware of my heartbeat, a steady pulsing that circulated fresh blood from my lungs to my extremities. I could feel the oxygen filling my lungs to their capacity as my diaphragm dropped, revitalizing the deoxygenated blood fed to it by my heart. Feeling energized, I stood up and pressed my hands together, fingers pointing upwards. I spent several minutes in Tadasana, or mountain pose, feeling the ground pressing up on my feet, the pressure traveling up through my legs and up the column of my spine. My body relaxed as I focused on my balance and on relaxing my chest, shoulders, and neck while I kept my core and legs engaged but not clenched. Once I really felt like a mountain, as if I had roots deep in the earth and I was merely a projection above the surface. I swept my arms above my head, keeping my palms together so I was pointing at the sky, my head falling back, so my eyes also looked upwards. I leaned back, deepening the upright salute into a slight back bend, then bent forward into Uttanasana, or a standing forward bend. I slowly went through the rest of the asanas or poses comprising the sun salutations, and then repeated the entire sequence twice more. The purpose of Hatha Yoga was to quiet the body so that the mind would not become distracted by it during meditation. I suspected that this discipline might yield some benefits when studying magic. Taking out my wand, I held it loosely in my right hand, feeling the cold wooden surface slowly warm up from the contact with my flesh. I closed my eyes and focused on the sensation of the wand in my hand. Its center of mass was just where my index finger came in contact with it so that I could let go and my wand would stay balanced there. Perhaps it was simply my imagination, but after some time spent with my eyes closed, I began to feel a very slight tingling in the fingers holding my wand. I began to focus on my breathing again and the feeling of fresh blood suffusing out into my wand hand. As I began to feel the energy moving through my body again, I gradually noticed a countercurrent, a subtly different flow of energy traveling from my wand, up my arm, and into my heart. After more focused contemplation of this energy flow, I decided I wasn't sure it was directional. I put my wand down, and the feeling of the energy flow vanished. I only felt the usual sense of vitality spreading out from my chest at the peak of each breath. Picking up my wand again caused the sensation of a connection to return immediately now that I was primed to it, but it was incredibly subtle, much harder to detect than the flow of oxygen through my veins. The precise feeling was impossible to pin down, at one moment feeling like a physical elastic tension, at others like a warm or cool draft inside my arm. My eyes still closed in the pre-dawn darkness. I thought back to the reading I had done the previous morning. The introduction to magical theory had stated that the key to casting a spell was intent. The caster must have a clear intent fixed in mind when casting a spell, and only if that intent is at the forefront of his or her mind will the spell be successful. A perfect wand motion and incantation will not bring about the desired effect if the caster's intent is not clear and strong. Deciding to try the Lumos spell first, since it was one of the simplest spells and was cast without a wand motion, I focused on memories of flipping a light switch on when entering a dark room. The way the room was instantly revealed in a flood of light. I imagined turning the light on and off, until I was reminded of elementary school, of my teacher calling for silence in a rowdy classroom while flicking the room back and forth between darkness and light. Opening my eyes, I imagined the lights turning and staying on as I intoned the word, Lumos. Light filled the room. A surge of elation filled me, causing a spike of adrenaline. I had just cast my first spell. The tension of expectation had been so great that I'd forgotten to focus on the bond I'd felt earlier linking my wand to my heart. But I'd have plenty of time to explore that in the future. For now my heart was beating rapidly, and the hand holding my lit wand was shaking, causing the shadows it cast inside my tent to jitter around violently. I forced myself to relax and breath into my abdomen, and my wand steadied in my grip. Moving out of my bedroom and into the main chamber, I picked up a pot of ink, parchment, and a quill and sat down cross-legged next to my trunk, closing it and using the lid as a table. I tried putting my wand down, but it went out, but I was able to recast it with no difficulty, and it stayed lit when I transferred it to my left hand. Pulling the rubber stopper out of the ink pot with my teeth, I dipped a quill in and practiced writing for a while. I'd written with a quill before, but it had been many years ago, and I hadn't been particularly proficient even then. However, I found that the magical quill behaved far better, and that ink didn't run nearly as readily if the tip was held stationary against the paper for a moment. Looking around the room, I jotted down an inventory of the items I'd purchased in Diagon Alley, along with any prices I could remember paying. The wizarding economy was a mystery to me, and I hadn't seen a single book in flourish and blots on the subject. I wondered if the discipline had even made it over from the Muggle world yet. There was a good chance it hadn't, given the general ignorance of Muggles exhibited by Wizarding Society. Muggle-born children were pulled into the magical world too early to know anything about economics, and most purebloods had a knee-jerk sustain from Muggle ideas. Arthur Weasley was considered eccentric for his interest in Muggle advancements by even liberal pureblood standards. Conservatives denounced him as a blood traitor. Harry Potter had never been interested in money in the books, the nest egg in his vault being more than enough to get him through his student years. However, stuck though I may be in his body, I wasn't the boy from the books, and I planned on doing far more than just getting through each school year alive. Having plenty of money would of course make everything much easier. I had withdrawn 357 galleons from my vault, and though I hadn't thought to ask Grip Hook for a precise balance, I estimated it to be around 20% of my current net worth. Most of the purchases I'd made were a one-time thing, many not even explicitly required for Hogwarts. I figured that over the next 7 years, I was unlikely to spend more than another 100 galleons on school supplies, if that much. Hopefully, I could make the 250 pounds I'd had Gringotts exchange for me yesterday stretch for the rest of July. Still, I wanted to buy books and potions ingredients for personal experiments. I'd need more clothing as I grew, and a better broom as my flying improved. I might have to support myself over the summer holidays in future years. Everything would add up, and I knew that. Without replenishment, the stack of galleons in my vault would dwindle inexorably. Understanding wizarding economics was the key to establishing an income. Certain professions and certain goods have higher profit margins than others. This is determined by the availability of the inputs and how highly skilled the labor must be to create the good on one hand, which determine the supply of that good, and the demand for that good on the other hand. In general, high demand and low supply for a good creates plenty of room for a high profit margin. The sun was peaking above the horizon, so I said Knox while visualizing my intent, and the light at the top of my wand winked out. I may have felt a slight easing of tension in my arm, but it could just as easily have been my imagination. For the next several hours, I browsed the standard book of spells, grade 1. The spells were mostly familiar, and almost all of them seemed quite useful. Encouraged by my success with the wand lighting charm, I decided to learn the softening charm next. If I could charm the floor in my bedroom with it, it could make my nights significantly more comfortable until I acquired a proper bed. Retrieving an apple from my pile of groceries, I bit into it and held it in my mouth, then picked up my charms text and wand and carried them into my bedroom. Nearly an hour of failure later, I had learned it was quite difficult to learn a spell with a wand movement without a teacher. There was a diagram in my textbook that looked like a lopsided letter S, and despite following it precisely and scaling it up and down in size with my motions, I'd had no success. I'd spent some time meditating on memories of soft beds and couches to refine my intent, and more time focusing on the faint connection with my wand. Frustrated with my lack of progress, I decided to try something else and began lighting and extinguishing my wand, closing my eyes and again focusing on the barely perceptible connection with my wand. My vision flashed dull red rhythmically as the light from my spell passed through the blood vessels in the thin skin of my eyelids. Gradually, I became aware of another faint sensation as I pronounced each incantation. This one felt like a pulse of tension, traveling rapidly from the base of my spine up my spinal column and into my heart. What was particularly interesting was that I felt this sensation right before the tip of my wand flickered on or off. As I continued my repetitions of the spell, my awareness of this cycle increased, and soon I felt familiar enough with it to attempt Spungify instead of Illumos, as I focused on the feeling of softness I'd refined in my earlier meditation. As soon as the words left my lips, a sheet of faint purple mist shot from the tip of my wand, drifting gently to the carpeted floor and disappearing with a dim shimmer. Grinning, I pushed a fist into the floor and felt it yield under the pressure like a featherbed. Upon discovering my charm had only affected an area about a square foot in size, I repeated the spell until I had softened the entire half of the room opposite the door. Makeshift bed complete, I went back to the living room, had another apple, and sat down against a wall to read magical theory. The next few days passed in relative routine. After subsisting on apples and noodle cups made with hot water from my faucet for several days, I found the Bluebell Flame Charm in the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 3. With most of the charms from the first year curriculum already under my belt, I mastered it without much difficulty and used it to cook a bag of rice in my cauldron. Mixing the rice in with the noodles with a splash of soy sauce for flavor made for a pretty tasty and filling meal. I had been holed up in my tent in Hyde Park for 8 days when my food ran out. After finishing off a few mouthfuls of rice, I washed out the empty cauldron while trying to ignore my nearly empty stomach. I took a look around. Books lay scattered around my tent's living room, ripped up bits of parchment serving as bookmarks sticking out of all of them. I had written pages and pages of notes in my variable volume, my index page now listing sections for charms, potions, history, transfiguration, herbology, occlumency, and economics. My notes on charms were particularly impressive. The subject seemed to have endless applications, and nearly all the spells in my books on enchanting and defensive magic were classified as charms. While there seemed to be a huge number of charms with all sorts of specific purposes, transfiguration was governed by various sets of laws and principles, and the actual casting often involved little more than tapping an object with one's wand. Transfiguration required much less memorization than charms, but a much more developed ability to create detailed visualizations. as well as constant strict discipline in adhering to the applicable laws and principles. I spent some time tidying up and then took advantage of a moment with no passers-by to exit my tent and tap the spots with my wand to set it packing. I was wearing my simple outfit of black muggle clothing, with 100 pounds folded in the back pocket of my chinos. I put my wand a deep inner pocket in my jacket, put on my tent-turned backpack, and climbed out of the shrubbery onto the path. The day was overcast and a bit chilly. I was glad I had worn my jacket. I pulled the hood up over my head and set off towards the McDonald's I'd been to before. The outside world felt unsafe after being secluded in my tent for so long, and I felt a prickling in the back of my neck as I walked, like I was being watched. Pausing to retie my shoe and look around, no one seemed to be paying any attention to me, so I continued on. I had an extremely satisfying breakfast with orange juice and a large coffee. The bacon, eggs, sausage, biscuits, and hash browns tasted amazing after more than a week eating rice and noodle cups. I washed it all down with the OJ and took my coffee to go, sipping it as I backtracked to a large bookstore I had passed on the previous block. It didn't take me long to find a detailed atlas of London, as well as thick atlases of Scotland and England. I spent some time perusing the former, since I felt like it was time to pick a new place to set up camp. The cultivated trees of Hyde Park provided little cover, and I was just lucky that an observant witch or wizard hadn't yet wandered by and seen my tent. I decided to scope out Regent's Park. It was close enough that if it didn't work out, I'd be able to return to Hyde Park and I'd still be within walking distance of Diagon Alley. Getting there was simple enough, and I walked up Baker Street after buying the 3 atlases, passing a variety of Sherlock Holmes-themed establishments. Arriving at the park, I began to circumnavigate it following a road aptly named the Outer Circle. Joggers passed by occasionally, but none paid me any attention. After passing some stately mansions and a large estate fenced off from the rest of the park, I found a patch of dense vegetation that looked like it'd make a suitable camping site. I stopped by a large horse chestnut tree. With distinctive bunches of drooping, spade-shaped leaves, it served as a good landmark. Looking around and waiting until there were no passing joggers or cars on the road, I hopped over the small fence separating road from nature and pushed my way through the undergrowth. After several yards of slow progress, with my clothing getting snagged on branches and thorny shrubs, I saw what looked like a small clearing in the foliage ahead. Making my way there, I found the area was clear because of a large, flat rock outcropping protruding from the earth, covered with patches of moss. I took another look around and was satisfied that I was completely invisible from the road. Just to be sure I'd remain undisturbed, I searched the area for evidence of human visitors. After a few minutes of turning up nothing, not a cigarette but bottle cap or plastic wrapper, I was satisfied that no one frequented this small, rocky clearing in a miniature patch of forest in a park in the center of London. Amazing, really, that there was this untouched and unseen bit of nature, separated from the sprawling metropolis by a half-meter-tall cast-iron fence and a few more meters of untamed undergrowth. After setting up my tent and shelving my new atlases, I picked up one of the knives I'd bought for potions and went down into the hidden chamber in my trunk. Making a small slice in my forearm, I dropped some blood into the center of the floor, and the walls briefly seemed to sparkle, which I took as a sign the trunk was now bound to my ownership. Over the next few weeks, I settled into a routine. Waking at sunrise, my day began with yoga and meditation, followed by spell practice. At that point, I'd exit my tent, walk nearby, and get takeout for lunch, and buy some fresh fruits and vegetables to go along with my cauldron rice for dinner. After getting back, I'd read my books until dusk, and then do some simple calisthenics followed up by an equally simple dinner. Another hour or 2 more of reading, the latter part by wand light, and I generally found myself close to sleep. Refreshing the cushioning charms on my bedroom floor, I'd lie down and work on my occlumency exercises until I passed into the realm of dreams. The Occluded Wilds, Chapter 7. The Occluded Wilds, A/N. I realize that nothing much is happening yet. I'm trying to get to some action, I promise. By the end of July, my solitary existence was wearing on me. Beyond a few niceties exchanged on my resupply runs, I hadn't had a single conversation since my visit to Diagon Alley. I had also recently realized that my memories from before waking in Harry Potter's body were fading. This made my loneliness transform into an existential angst. It felt like dying. I'd spent the past few days furiously writing down everything I could remember: where I'd been born, the names of my friends and family, cities I'd lived in, and other people and places that were important to me. Once I completed this small autobiography, I listed every important person, company, and event I could remember from the 90s and aughts. There was no telling how similar events in this timeline would be, but the newspaper headlines I saw seemed reasonable for 1991. Maybe I'd be able to make a fortune on the stock market, get in early on Microsoft or Google. That is, if wizards even had any use for Muggle money. I still had no understand of the workings of the wizarding economy and its relationship to the Muggle one. Frustrated with my lack of knowledge, I'd used my introductory text for potions and herbalism, along with the Owl Order potion ingredient catalog I'd picked up at Jiggers, to tabulate costs for all of the first-year potions. My plan was to compare these costs to the listed prices for those potions in Diagon Alley to get an idea of the profit margins. My hypothesis was that simple potions like these wouldn't be worth selling. The profits would more likely be in the most complex and volatile brews. Still, every hypothesis needs to be tested. In addition to my memoir writing and potion pricing, I had finished reading all of my first-year books and felt confident that I would be rivaling even Hermione's preparedness. While I seemed to have some talent for charms and little trouble mastering even second-year charms, transfiguration had proved quite a bit more difficult. Getting the eye in a needle when transfiguring it from a toothpick had been a serious headache. While I could conceivably continue hiding and studying right up until the Hogwarts Express left King's Cross, I was just too bored, sick of the unchanging surroundings in my humble abode. Harry's birthday was coming up on the 31st of July, and I decided that I'd celebrate it. My own had passed unnoticed during my initial captivity at the Dursleys. Harry's 11th birthday would be a rite of passage, a personal ritual to seal my identity as Harry Potter. The end of an old chapter and the start of a new one. The day itself arrived quickly. I had devoted intense occlumency sessions to locking the fading remnants of my old identity in the deepest recesses of my mind and reinforcing my new one. I am Harry James Potter became a mantra I repeated to myself for hours on end. Perhaps I was being paranoid, but I wanted to avoid detection by Dumbledore at all costs. I hadn't chosen to possess Harry Potter, yet I suspected the headmaster and Professor Snape, for that matter, would not take kindly to the possession of the boy, who lived by an interdimensional traveler, accidental or not. Butterflies roiled about in my stomach as I stepped out of the undergrowth in Regent's Park around mid-morning. All of my world possessions in the packed-up tent slung across my back. I had memorized the route to the Leaky Cauldron using my Atlas of London, and I followed it automatically, preoccupied with worry over the coming day. I knew today would be pivotal, no matter what the outcome of contacting Dumbledore. Would Hagrid still be sent to number 2 Privet Drive, given that I had managed to open my Hogwarts letter and avoided the dramatic events leading to the Hut on the Rock Inn? The books? Would Dumbledore have been alerted to my extended absence from Privet Drive? I doubted the Dursleys would have contacted him, but Arabella Figg might have inquired after me, or Dumbledore might have divined my absence through magical means. My biggest fear was that Dumbledore would insist I return to Privet Drive. Despite the loneliness my weeks in isolation had engendered, the Dursleys were not the sort of social contact I wanted. Unfortunately, I wasn't sure what alternatives I could suggest. Dumbledore would surely insist that I have adult supervision, even if he could be convinced to let me leave the protection of the Blood Wards. Only stopping for a hearty breakfast at a small cafe, I reached the Leaky Cauldron in the early afternoon, still lacking a solution to my dilemma. Telling Dumbledore the truth of my situation might lead to imprisonment with the Dursleys, but lying to him about it would, at best, lead to another month of camping in London parks. Perhaps using the flue in the cauldron to reach out to Professor McGonagall? If I could manage to win her over to my cause, I might have a useful ally in avoiding being sent back to the Dursleys. I had prepared a letter to Dumbledore earlier in the morning, stating that I would indeed be attending Hogwarts. I'd also added that my relatives had requested no owls or visitors in the intervening month, out of concern for their privacy. Sighing, I entered the cauldron and moved quickly and quietly through the dim pub and into the back alley. As tempting as it was to reach out to McGonagall or another potential ally, the risk was simply too high that it would backfire and they wouldn't take me seriously. No, my freedom needed to remain a secret for now and possibly for my entire tenure at Hogwarts. If the books had made one thing clear, it was that Dumbledore was convinced beyond a shadow of a doubt that being at the Dursleys, behind the protection of Lily Potter's sacrifice, was the best location for the 11-year-old boy whose body I now happened to possess. The alley was still quiet this early in the morning, and I leaned against the wall across from the entrance, where the shadows were deepest. Hopefully, someone entered from the cauldron instead of leaving the alley so that I could observe the proper sequence of bricks to tap to open the way. Waiting for a stranger to enter the alley was quite inconvenient, and it would doubtless be awkward if I were noticed skulking about. Eventually, a harried-looking middle-aged wizard with thinning sandy hair rushed past me and flicked his wand across the wall, too rapidly to follow. I growled as he rushed through and decided to wait for the next opportunity. Unfortunately, no one else approached as the minutes slowly passed, and my mind began to drift to my plans for the remainder of the summer. It was surprising, really, how a few weeks of solitude was making me feel so isolated and restless. Boredom didn't explain it. It wasn't like I lacked books to read or spells to practice, though the bland diet was wearing on me. No, it was more likely a combination of several things. That I felt helpless in a child's body, that I had no friends or family to confide in, that I was homeless, and that my memories of my previous life, my real life, were growing less clear each day. I shook my head. No bunde imamas. The self-pity wasn't helping, though. I'd just have to suck it up for the next month. Once I got to Hogwarts, I'd have a completely different set of problems and plenty of time to come up with a more comfortable arrangement for next summer. Hogwarts was what I really needed to be thinking about, and I realized just how little of a plan I had. Should I attempt to follow the timeline, to really be Harry, to get the most benefit of my foreknowledge? Should I use my knowledge to right wrongs and help people reach their potential sooner? Or perhaps I should just be myself and ignore what Harry did in canon entirely. Who knew if I'd even be able to pull everything off just like Harry? And maybe it'd be smarter to just do things my way from the start. My musings were interrupted by the arrival of a family, a cautious-looking couple being led by an exuberant young boy who was clutching a wand in one fist while dragging his mother behind him with the other. "And you promised," the boy was saying, "that I would get an owl this year. Remember how Professor Flitwick opened the alley entrance last year? I could do it now. Watch. Dad, watch." I forced myself to remain relaxed as the father peered closely into the shadows that hid me, but his son had drawn his attention before I was spotted. The child made a great show of tapping the bricks, and I had no trouble catching the pattern this time. Just to make sure, I waited until the family had passed through and the wall had closed up again before pulling my own wand out and tapping the bricks in the same sequence, while the memory was still fresh. The bricks shifted apart, and I hurried into Diagon Alley. The alley had grown significantly more crowded when I sat down for lunch several hours later. I'd revisited the store where I bought my tent, and after searching it from top to bottom, had acquired a number of useful items in a second-hand bargain shelf in a recessed alcove at the rear of the establishment. A set of pans and cutlery with self-cleaning charms would make my culinary efforts much more enjoyable and efficient. I also picked up a Muggle fishing pole that had been charmed to never tangle and automatically reel in fish when hooked. If I ended up camped near water, it'd be an easy source of free and healthy food. The final item I'd found was what currently occupied my attention: a battered and dog-eared journal. It was filled with dense, spidery handwriting and hand-drawn maps. Deciphering it was slow going, but what little I had read before purchasing it had sparked my interest. Now that spark was kindling a larger fire of excitement as I leafed through the tattered yellow pages between bites of steaming pot pie. While I couldn't determine the author's identity, it was clear they had been very interested in the outdoors. The author had been focused on the location of rare magical herbs that resisted cultivation and could only be found in the wild, and the various maps were devoted to locations where these herbs had been found. However, the text was rambling and often digressed into asides about spells the author found useful while roughing it in the wilderness on herb-gathering expeditions. Details on how to cast the more obscure spells were sparse, but at least the name of the spell would give me a starting point for further research. What really had me interested, though, was a paragraph I'd found under one of the maps. Spoke with Dippet today on my way into the Forbidden Forest. He wants more ice bloom petals. How many times do I need to tell him they only flower in the winter? Acted affronted I can't get them. Said I was being immature when I asked him if he knew a charm to change the season. Immature, as if I needed his permission to enter the forest. The Ministry Wilds Act of 1689 clearly gives any witch or wizard with legitimate need access to the occluded wilds. The occluded wilds were not something I remembered from canon. The reference to Dippet was what had caught my interest. Was that the same Dippet who'd been the headmaster of Hogwarts during Tom Riddle's time? The similarity between forbidden and forbidden also caught my eye. Was that a coincidence, or could this be referring to the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts? Surely the authors wouldn't have misspelled it that egregiously. Perhaps forbidden was a play on words, a reference to the original name. The plural occluded wilds implied that, if the Forbidden Forest was one, there were more. More research was needed, but I had a hunch that the Ministry Wilds Act had hidden several areas of wilderness with magical flora or fauna for muggles, probably for their mutual protection. A stop at Flourish and Blots was definitely in order before I left the alley. Finishing my lunch, I stuffed the journal into a pocket and made my way to the potion shop I remembered seeing J. Pippin's Potions. My funds were inexhaustible, so I avoided browsing the wares and made a beeline for a stack of mail-order catalogs on the unattended cashier's counter. This joined the journal in my robe pocket as I made my way back out and toward Flourish and Blots. A few hours later, much of my theory had been confirmed. Thousands of acres of magical wilderness had been hidden away from the Muggle world, made unplottable and totally inaccessible except through specific portals. The exception to this was Forbidden Forest, which had no portal and was accessed through the Hogwarts grounds. No mention was made of the Forbidden Forest, but I felt it safe to assume this was a neologism coined by the staff or students of Hogwarts. I made a mental note to see if I could find any mention of this in my copy of Hogwarts, a history. Most of the books I'd gone through were stacked neatly on the table I'd been using, in a pile for the staff to reshelf. I carried only 2 books to the front of the shop to purchase: a comprehensive listing of ministry acts and treaties, 1630 to 1930. A bit dated and very dry. The massive tome was nevertheless packed with the full text of every law passed in those 3 centuries, something that would no doubt prove an invaluable resource. I was really proud of my other find, a slim, old canvas-bound volume, simply entitled The Occluded Wilds. The title was printed in tiny, faded text on the spine of the volume, and I had gone by it on the shelves without seeing it several times before I noticed it. Within was a chapter on each hidden area, including a brief history, prominent magical plants, creatures, and beings residing within, and most importantly, the location of the portal permitting access and instructions on using it. Paying for my books, I ambled over to Wiseacre's Wizarding Equipment, where I had purchased my telescope for Hogwarts. I didn't have a clock of any sort, which hadn't been much of an issue yet, but it was irritating never knowing the exact time, and I had noticed some magical watches and clocks at Wiseacre's during my first visit. Indeed, an entire shelf was devoted to timepieces, and a few large grandfather clocks even stood off to the side. I saw that one of them had a display similar to the Weasley family clock, though the hands were unlabeled. The price tags attached to many of the more advanced models was quite high, but the bottom shelf contained discontinued models which were much more affordable. I eventually chose a dented and scratched brass pocket watch with several useful features. In addition to a perpetual calendar displaying the date, it featured a compass and altimeter, which Harry hadn't seen on any except the most expensive current models. Along the outer rim of the watch's face, stylized suns and moons indicated the times of the next sunrise, sunset, moonrise, and moonset. I had already read a number of references to magic that only worked or worked best during one of these times, and this would be a great way to get myself used to keeping track of these events. I'd never had any reason to pay them much attention in my prior existence as a Muggle. I counted out my money to verify I had enough to pay for the pocket watch, which I did, but only barely. Since I wanted to buy an owl, Hedwig, if I could find her, This meant I had to make another trip to Gringotts. I didn't relish another encounter with the goblins, but I saw no way of avoiding it. The trip to my vault went off without a hitch, though I had to wait for almost an hour before a goblin was available to take me down on a cart. I'd taken the opportunity to set up my tent inside my vault and transfer several hundred galleons to my trunk, figuring it would be all but impossible to get back to Diagon Alley during the school year if I ran out of money again. The piles of gold Harry's parents had left him were already sadly diminished from their initial state. At Elop's Owl Emporium, my luck held true, and soon I was standing outside, holding a cage containing a beautiful snowy white owl that I felt sure was Hedwig in one hand, a heavy bag containing a year's worth of owl supplies, and a book on their care in the other. The sky was beginning to take on a reddish tinge from the setting sun. I moved off out of the flow of shoppers, set Hedwig and her supplies down, and pulled out my pocket watch. The time was 7:30, and sunset was just over an hour away. I frowned, as I barely had enough time to get back to Regent's Park before dark. I didn't want to risk being out at night in London as an 11-year-old, so I decided to return to the closer, if less secluded, spot I had first camped out at in Hyde Park. Not wanting to carry an owl through the streets of Muggle London, I sent Hedwig off to Dumbledore with the letter I'd prepared. The flight to Scotland would take her until well after nightfall, so I told her to rest at Hogwarts and to come find me at her leisure the following night. Hoping her light hoot before taking off meant she understood. I managed to stuff all of the owl supplies into the expanded pockets of my robe, so I only had to carry the empty cage. Getting into my trunk meant setting up my tent, not something that felt appropriate in the middle of Diagon Alley, but the cage was light enough. Returning to the Muggle side of London through the Leaky Cauldron, I hastened along the now familiar route back to Hyde Park. Later that evening found me standing outside of my tent in the moonlight, holding my hand above the Clean Sweep 7 lying on the ground in front of me. After getting back and setting up camp, I'd plunged into the occluded wilds. Most of the wilds were full of dangerous magical creatures, but several seemed quite safe. From what Harry had been able to gather during his earlier research at Flourish and Blots, they were all quite rarely visited. In fact, it wasn't even well known that they existed. Many of them were filled with dangerous magical creatures, but several looked quite safe. I had initially dismissed learning to fly as too dangerous, but now I was very tempted. The smallest of the wilds, known as Sapophoris Isle, was a marshy island in the mouth of the River Thames. Unlike the other larger wilds, Sapophoris Isle didn't play host to any magical beings or beasts, or anything magical except the rare Sapophoris plants that grew there. The plants had no harvestable ingredients in the summer, so it was extremely unlikely I'd run into anyone there. I'd have the run of the place to myself, my own private island for all intents and purposes. A dream I'd had in my Muggle life, which seemed no less enticing in my new circumstances. The problem was that, short of renting a boat or going for a swim, the only way I'd be able to reach the portal was by broom. Located on a tiny island off of the main isle and not magically inaccessible, there was a sketch showing its distinctive shape, which reminded me vaguely of an elephant with its trunk curved upwards, as well as its location on the shoreline. I was fairly sure I'd located that bit of shoreline in my atlas, though the little island itself was too small and useless a speck of land to be depicted. No more than 50 miles outside London, I figured I could follow the Thames east at night from the sky and be there in a few hours. The risk of being spotted in the dark, wearing all black and hundreds of feet up, was minimal. Yes, it was worth the risk, I had decided. A month of hiding out in the parks of Muggle London promised tedium and boredom, and carried risks of its own, of the Muggle variety. Muggers, pedophiles, and all manner of deviants. I knew I was lucky I hadn't had any problems of this nature so far. My tent was charmed to repel Muggles, but I had to leave it sometimes. Up, I confidently intoned. The broom didn't move under my outstretched arm. Not a twitch. I sighed. Of course, it wouldn't be that easy. Up, I repeated. By the first rays of dawn, my voice was hoarse and my eyes were grainy, but the broom smacked satisfyingly into my hand each time I croaked the command, shooting an aguamenti into my parched throat, then choking a bit as some of it went down the wrong way. I made my way back into my tent to sleep. Over the next week, I learned to fly. I proceeded with extreme caution, as I was very aware that I had no Madame Pomfrey to visit. I spent the first 2 nights merely getting comfortable hovering and moving at a slow drift. By the fifth night, I could cruise along at speeds that felt similar to riding a bicycle and felt steady enough in flight that I started flying higher and higher. On the sixth night, I left Hyde Park and flew to Regent Park and back and felt completely invisible the whole time. Wearing black from head to toe, there was no chance someone would see me at night, as long as I stayed high enough. I mostly spent the mornings sleeping and the afternoons reading or practicing magic in my tent, though I ventured out of the park once to stock up on dried food to round out the rice I already had. Oatmeal, several varieties of lentils and nuts, raisins, and a few other kinds of dried fruit. Nothing fancy, but it would keep me from starving if I couldn't find any other sources of food. On the seventh night, August 7th, I packed up my tent, slung it on my back, straddled my broom, and took off into the sky, heading for the Thames. Turning east, I set off for Hogwarts Isle. The Hogwarts Isle, in a move across the country and searching for and then starting a new job led to another lengthy hiatus from writing fan fiction. I can't believe I started this story over 3 years ago. To anyone who is still reading, I commend you on your tenacity and thank you for your patience. After several false starts that ran directly into a solid wall of writer's block, I've managed to get the creative juices flowing again, though only at a trickle. Writing this chapter took a week. I'm aiming to start posting new chapters once a week, though I can't make any promises. Hundreds of feet below me, the River Thames wound east through the outer districts of London like a thick black snake, glittering with the reflected lights of the city. Despite the warmth of a late summer night, the air was cool at this higher altitude, and I had to keep my speed relatively slow to avoid being chilled by the wind of my passage. A short time into my journey, I saw planes taking off from a small airport ahead to my left and bent my broom down to fly closer to the river's surface. Getting hit by an airplane would make a rather ignominious fate for the boy who lived. Fortunately, the moon had waned to a tiny sliver and, in my black clothing, I had little worry of being spotted from the ground by the city's ambient light. After what I judged to be nearly an hour of flying, I came alongside a large dark area on the ground to my left. Having studied the map assiduously in my copious free time in the preceding days, I knew this must be the Rainham Marshes, a large nature reserve situated between London and Grays and roughly demarcating the halfway point of my trip. Deciding I was more than safely distant from the airport, I increased my altitude, knowing I'd be passing over the highway that crossed the Thames a short distance ahead in Grays. Sure enough, I quickly passed through Grays and over the bridge before long. The Thames had widened significantly, and I stuck to the southern banks, as the small portal was much closer to that shore. After around another hour of flying, I saw the Medway River fork south from the Thames, separating the English mainland from the Isle of Sheppey. Realizing I had zoned out from the monotonous nighttime flight and somewhat overshot my mark, I hooked a wide, descending loop, decreased my speed, and kept a sharp eye on the water below. There it was. Down below me, a dark blotch differentiated itself from the dim shimmer of the river in the starlight. Lacking much light, I couldn't be sure of the shape of the small island from so high up, so I descended and circumnavigated its edge. Yes, this was it, with a narrow inlet creating the shape that had called to mind an elephant's trunk. I landed roughly where the elephant's mouth would have been, on a muddy shore covered in round, wet rocks made smooth by the flow of the tides. The briny scent of the sea mixed with the heavy odor of river mud. Putting down my broom and pulling my wand and pocket watch out of my robe, I managed a Lumos on my first try and checked the time. Just after 4 in the morning. The journey had taken me just about 3 hours. Stowing away my pocket watch and reclaiming my broom, I pointed the lit tip of my wand toward the interior of the isle. A thick tangle of brush and tree roots reaching down to the water's edge lined a steep bank. Walking a short way, careful to keep my footing on the slippery rocks, I soon discovered a narrow gap in the vegetation carved by draining rainwater, which I scrambled up. The trees became less scraggly and the underbrush cleared as the terrain leveled off at the top of the bank. My robe caught on branches as I pushed my way further inland. Soon I came across a small mossy clearing in the trees and decided it was a good place to make camp until morning. No point trying to find the portal while it was still dark. I set up my tent quickly, removed my muddy boots once within, stripped off my robe, gulped down some water directly from the kitchen sink, extinguished my wand, and stretched out on the section of floor I had cast cushioning charms on. They had worn out somewhat, but my tiredness from the flight won out over my desire for comfort, and, ignoring the growl of hunger from my belly and foregoing my habitual acclimacy exercises, I was quickly asleep. Upon waking the next morning, I groaned in pain. The cushioning charms had all but run out overnight, and combined with the exertions of last night's flight, I was feeling stiff and had several cricks in my shoulder and back. I took a long, hot shower and then set some water to boil in my largest pot. Once it had started simmering, I filled it with oatmeal and a handful of raisins and dried apricots, gulped down some more water from the faucet, and exited my tent. The sun was hot overhead, and the trees lining the small clearing cast short shadows on the mossy ground, which felt pleasantly soft under my bare feet. Taking off my shirt, I performed several rounds of leisurely sun salutations, taking my time with the forward bends and letting the knots in my torso loosen. Sweaty but much more limber, I stepped back into the cool shade and set the pot of oatmeal to cool and took a long hot shower. Turning the faucet to the coldest setting, I withstood the frigid water for a few moments to cool off. I broke my fast outside, sitting on a fallen log in the growing shade of the clearing, and looked around. A narrow slice of the sparkling waters of the Thames were just visible through the gaps in the trees past my tent, but all I could see behind me were thick green and brown layers of foliage. I wasn't entirely sure where to start looking for the portal, but figured I'd try to make my way toward the center of the little island. I scraped the rest of the oatmeal from the bottom of the pot, my stomach pleasantly stretched by the meal. Going back in my tent, I transferred my watch and wand from my robe to the pockets in my chinos, drank as much water as I could stomach, and tossed on a t-shirt to avoid getting scraped by stray branches. Rummaging around, I found the cutting knife in my potions kit, put on my trainers, and ventured out to find the portal. Checking the compass on my watch, I judged the center of the isle to be roughly northeast from my current location, and set off through the trees in that direction, chipping bits of bark off each one I passed with my knife to mark my path. The terrain sloped gently upwards, and after 20 minutes of walking I emerged on a rocky outcropping. Following a natural pathway through the rocks, I soon reached the top of a small cliff. At this height, I was above the treeline and had a 360-degree view of the island. Slowly turning around in a circle, I scanned the island. I could see the narrow peninsula that I had taken to thinking of as the elephant's trunk on the southwestern shore, near where I had made camp, though I couldn't make out my tent through the foliage. The eastern shore of the island was more sparsely covered by trees than the rest, and my diaphragm clenched briefly with excitement when I saw a small circle of stone columns, too round and regularly spaced to be in natural formation. Glancing at my compass, I saw it was directly east of my vantage point. An owl hooted above me, and I shaded my eyes with a hand and looked up. Hedwig. I had nearly forgotten about her. She had returned to Regent's Park after delivering my letter to Dumbledore several days ago, and I had told her to go out and enjoy herself, hunting, and then find me at her leisure. She landed on my shoulder and pecked at my ear affectionately. Hedwig, it's good to see you. I would have brought some treats along if I'd known you'd be back. I'm going to walk back to my tent and strike camp. Want to meet me there? The inexplicably intelligent bird hooted once in what I took to be agreement and jumped off my shoulder and flew to the branch of a nearby tree, watching me expectantly. I followed the path I'd carved into the trees back to my tent, Hedwig flitting from branch to branch above me, and I felt glad of her company. Once back at camp, I put Hedwig in her cage with a few treats and told her to get some rest. I wasn't sure if she'd be able to fly through the portal, as I had very little idea of what to expect of it. A moment of doubt set in, that I myself wouldn't be able to figure out how to go through, but I shook it off. If there were no instructions in the book I'd picked up, surely it was relatively self-evident. Hedwig munched down a few treats, and then nestled her head beneath a wing. I returned the knife to my potions kit, and had some more water, then packed up my tent and retraced my steps back to the rocky outcropping. I didn't bother climbing back to the top, instead wending my way around it and set down the eastern slope, keeping a close eye on my compass to keep my course as straight as possible. I had soon reached the area where the trees thinned out and quickly located the circle of weathered stone columns. My worries about not being able to find the entrance had indeed been unfounded. A huge moss-covered stump stood in the center of the circle, bearing a round trapdoor with a rusted iron handle on top. I gave the handle a few hard jerks, but the door didn't budge. All of my practice casting spells paid off. However, when I tapped the trapdoor and said Alohomora and heard a faint grinding of metal through the wood that sounded very much like a bolt sliding open. Trying again, I was able to open the trapdoor with ease. A musty smell drifted up from the darkness below. Muttering a lumos, I pointed my wand down into the hole and saw a spiral staircase made of stone leading straight down. Well, here goes nothing. As I made my way down the staircase with one hand brushing the outer wall to keep my balance, the mustiness grew, the air growing damp and chilly. At the bottom of the staircase, a long tunnel carved directly out of the bedrock stretched out ahead. Several more minutes walking led me to another spiral staircase identical to the first. Climbing up, I came to another trapdoor, and shoving it up, it swung open without needing to be unlocked. Feeling a thrill of excitement, I emerged out into the sunlight, my eyes protesting at the sudden brightness. When they adjusted, I took a look around. I was on top of a small stone tower, no more than a few stories high and perhaps 10 feet in diameter, encircled by a low crenellated wall. I didn't see a way down. I'd probably have to use my broom. Pocketing my wand and taking out my watch, I oriented myself with its compass. The owl was far larger than I expected. The tower I was on was in a large grassy field. To the north, hills covered in brush and scraggly trees rolled up into a low mountain, which stretched from west to east. I could see a vast expanse of marshy wetland some distance to the south, a maze of narrow channels threading through tall reeds, with the blue water of the seashore visible far in the distance. A thick old-growth forest covered the ground to the east as far as I could see, while the grassy fields surrounding the tower undulated west in a series of gentle knolls, dotted with small copses of evergreens. I decided I'd explore those first, thinking one might hold a clearing suitable for a secluded campground. With my initial survey done, I set up my tent on the tower. Hedwig looked up when I entered, looked at the bright light streaming in from the open tent flap, and promptly stuck her head under her wing and went back to sleep. I took another long draught of water from my kitchen faucet, grabbed my broom, then struck my tent again, slung it on my back, straddled my broom, and flew west toward the first copse. I hopped from one copse to another until I found one with a medium-sized clearing right in the middle, covered in an aromatic layer of dry pine needles. I put down my tent, removed my shirt, and stretched contentedly, inhaling deeply and enjoying the gentle breeze on my skin for a few moments, bringing some relief from the day's heat. Closing my eyes, I took in the whispering sound of pine needles rustling accompanied by the chirping of birds. I felt a sense of relief, an easing of tension in my neck and between my shoulder blades as if a weight had lifted that had nothing to do with the lack of my tent's weight on my back, the stretching I'd done. I hadn't realized it before, but the stress of living in parks in London, never more than a stone's throw from passing muggles, had weighed on me. This idyllic isle, however, filled me with a sense of safety. Finally, I'd reached a place I could call home, however temporary my stay here might be. After setting up camp, I glanced at my watch and saw it was just past 4 in the afternoon. My belly rumbled, and I decided to take a flight south to the beach past the marshlands and try my luck at some fishing. Getting my fishing pole and a vial from my potions kit from my tent, I lifted up some rocks until I had filled the vial with fat, wriggling earthworms. I cut up Dudley's loose t-shirt that I had been wearing when I left Privet Drive with my knife, tying the rags together to form a makeshift rope. Strapping my fishing pole to my back with it, I took off on my broom, flying south. Several hours and many fruitless casts later, I managed to pull a foot-long base from the water with my second-to-last earthworm. After it had thrashed out its last few breaths, I stuck it to my fishing pole with a sticking charm after several attempts. It was a charm I still hadn't mastered. Strapping the bundle to my back with my makeshift rope, I flew back to camp in the waning light of the setting sun. The knives from my potions kit wasn't ideally suited to the task, but with a bit of dedicated effort, I managed to gut the base. Scaling it was too much effort, so I left the skin on, and by the time night fell, I had it sauteing in my largest pan on one of the stovetops in my kitchen and some rice cooking in a pot on the other. The enticing aroma of the cooking fish was making me acutely aware of my hunger, so I went outside. The sun having completely set, I gathered some rocks and deadwood from under the trees surrounding the clearing. Digging out a small hole near my tent, I lined the edge with the rocks I'd gathered and filled it with deadwood. I stepped into the tent to check on the fish, jabbing it with a knife, and decided it was done. Removing it and the rice, also done, from the stove and setting them to cool a bit, I grabbed my second-year charms book to refresh my memory on the wand movement and incantation for the bluebell flame spell. After several attempts, I managed to get my campfire blazing with an eerie blue flame outside. Hedwig came out of the tent while I was sitting cross-legged by the fire enjoying my meal. I gave her the slightly burnt skins of the fish to pick at, which she seemed to enjoy immensely, letting out appreciative hoots every few bites. Hopping onto my shoulder with a flap, she gave me an affectionate peck and took off into the night, no doubt planning to supplement her meal of fish with some hapless rodents. After finishing my meal of fish and rice, I gathered some more branches and threw them on the fire, then wrote a journal entry in my variable volume describing the portal to the Isle and a rough description and sketch of the Isle's geography, with plans to make a more detailed map after doing some exploring. Deciding to call it a night, I went back into the tent and refreshed the cushioning charms in my sleeping area. I fell asleep immediately after my acclimacy exercises, feeling accomplished but exhausted. Summer's End. Chapter 9. Summer's End. Breathing hard, I slowed to a stop at the edge of the forest that covered the eastern side of the Isle. This was my third day living on the Sapophoros Isle, and I had decided to take up an exercise regimen. Before eating breakfast, I would do a 30-minute yoga session, push-ups, sit-ups, and reverse pull-ups on a sturdy tree branch, followed by a run in which I interspersed jogging with short sprints. I estimated the forest was around 3/4 of a mile from my camp, and was surprised by how winded the run there had left me. My plan to run there and back seemed a little overly ambitious now, with a stitch stabbing my upper abdomen and my legs feeling wobbly, so I ambled south along the perimeter of the forest, waiting to recover enough to jog back to my camp. Before long, I came across a patch of wild blackberries and picked a handful. The juicy, ripe fruit were gratifyingly refreshing in my somewhat dehydrated state. I would have to return later by broom and gather a larger amount to round out my food stocks with something fresh. They would certainly make my daily breakfast of oatmeal more appetizing. I had gone fishing again later in the afternoon yesterday, and this time luck had been with me, and I managed to catch a half-dozen fish in short order. I had found a charm for gutting and scaling fish in my copy of Practical Household Magic and mastered it after an evening of practice. The clean fish were now sitting in the icebox in my tent, along with a bunch of wild onions I had dug up near my camp. Lacking proper exercise clothing, I'd converted Dudley's old pants into shorts by cutting the legs well above the knee and used a strip of cloth from his shirt as a belt. Taking my wand out of his capacious pocket, I spent some time practicing the levitation charm on small rocks and fallen branches until I felt ready for the jog back to camp. I foregoed the sprints this time, keeping to a slow but steady pace, and made it back without resurrecting the stitch in my side. After eating half of a fish and some lentils with cashews for lunch, I devoted the afternoon to practicing Transfiguration. I had mostly focused my learning on charms, finding them far easier to pick up than Transfiguration. But I made steady progress over the course of the afternoon, turning the dead pine needles blanketing my campsite into a succession of sharper, sewing needles adorned with increasingly well-defined eyes at the other end. According to my text, the key to successful transfiguration was visualization, and I felt my ability was quickly improving, aided by how similar pine needles and their metal counterparts looked. I confirmed this by attempting to transfigure a few small pebbles into needles and failing miserably, only managing to produce several small, lumpy bits of metal. Getting a small fire going as the sun dipped toward the horizon, I switched gears and worked on the shrinking and engorgement charms, stopping only to eat a light dinner of raisins and peanuts. Fifth-year charms. These proved much harder to learn than any others I had attempted so far. I gave myself a bit of a scare when a failed casting of the engorgement charm caused a sputtering jet of fire to leap out of my wand and ignite the dried needles below the pebble I'd been aiming at. Fortunately, Aguamini was one of the first second-year charms I had mastered, and a jet of water from my wand forestalled the possibility of setting my campsite ablaze. It took 4 days of nightly practice before I was able to consistently turn a pebble into a rock the size of my head and shrink it back down to its original size. During the days, I had made significant progress mapping out the Isle, flying along the perimeter and landing to sketch what I saw in my variable volume. The Isle was roughly elliptical in shape, which I estimated was several miles across in the wider east-to-west dimension and a little under a mile across north to south. The northern mountains descended in steep cliffs toward the sea, dotted with small caves, to a narrow strip of sandy beach which extended from the westernmost tip of the Isle to encompass most of the eastern forest. Cold gusts of wind prefaced the arrival of a foreboding wall of clouds on the western horizon on the evening of my 8th day on the Isle, the 16th of August. Having recently replenished my food stores with blackberries, a growing variety of wild herbs I'd located, and several more fish, I built a small fire and settled to eating dinner and reading my first-year potions book, and waited for the rain to start. The inclement weather lasted for a full 4 days, and by the last day, I was feeling some serious cabin fever. By the time the sun emerged and began baking the accumulated moisture off the ground, I had my first 2 years of potions recipes more or less memorized, and had tabulated the costs of their ingredients and compared them to the prices in the Order catalog. Mostly they had minimal profit margins, sometimes even costing less than their ingredients, and I suspected that quantity discounts were available on many ingredients for professional potions masters. Unfortunately, they wouldn't provide the source of easy money I had hoped for, but I expected more advanced potions might. In the meantime, I'd have to make my galleon stretch or find some other source of income. I had also learned all of the charms for the first 3 years along with the summoning charm from 4th year, and had mastered the shrinking and engorgement charms to the point that I could shrink my copper cauldron to the size of a thimble. I'd also taught myself the hot air charm, the cleaning charm, and an air freshening charm from practical household spells. The latter, too, came in handy, as an addition to the lingering fish smell from my dinners. Hedwig's cage had grown pretty filthy. The former allowed me to stop drying myself off from showers with the largest remaining scrap of Dudley's old t-shirt. The next week progressed without any significant deviation from the routine I had settled into. Yoga, calisthenics, running, practicing transfiguration, 4th year charms, and reading Hogwarts history, the rise and fall of the dark arts, and great wizarding. Events of the 20th century filled my days, only broken up by a few more afternoons spent fishing. Progress with occlumency proved even more difficult than transfiguration, and though I had read through the entirety of the book I'd purchased, I was still working on the exercises in the 3rd chapter. The text suggested mentally visualizing a library filled with crystal balls, which sounded a lot like the Hall of Prophecies in the Department of Mysteries, and storing interesting memories in said balls. I had deviated somewhat from this recommendation. My mental library consisted of a small room containing a desk, chair, and laptop computer with my memories stored as video files on it. My hope was that any legilimens invading my thoughts would be stymied by the futuristic Muggle technology. I also began to hone my flying skills by playing tag with Hedwig under the light of the waxing moon, and hoped to repeat Harry's feat of getting selected as Seeker as a 1st year. Partly it was because I wanted to stick to the timeline of the books as closely as possible, but mostly just because Quidditch had always sounded like a lot of fun. By the night of the 30th of August, my food ran out, so I decided to return to London a night earlier than I'd planned. The journey back was uneventful, and I set up camp in my old spot in Regent's Park by moonlight. I'd get in some shopping in Muggle London and at Diagon Alley the next day, and then head to Platform 9 and 3/4 on the morning of September 1st. I woke late the next day. After my stay on the Sapophoros Isle, being around people again reminded me of my sense of vulnerability walking around in the body of an 11-year-old. I hastened along the route through Muggle London toward Diagon Alley. My first stop was for a hearty breakfast, and the waitress at the small restaurant seemed rather suspicious of me, constantly glancing over at me. She'd asked why I was alone, and I told her that my parents were in the clothing store I had seen across the street, but I could tell that she wasn't satisfied. When she suddenly vanished into the kitchen, I worried she might be making a phone call to the authorities. Dropped a 10-pound note on the table. I hurried out before she returned, not bothering to wait for my change. I slowed down after a few blocks and ducked into an athletic store where I purchased a water bottle, several pairs of running shorts, a small backpack, a black baseball cap, and a pair of sunglasses which fit over my round spectacles. The clerk there eyed me with some trepidation but didn't comment when I produced enough money to pay for my purchases. I put on my new hat and my sunglasses, pulling the hat low to cover my scar, as the alley might be crowded with last-minute shoppers, and I didn't want to draw any attention as the famous boy who lived. I stuffed the rest of my purchases into my backpack, slung it over a shoulder, and hurriedly exited the store and continued onward. Fortunately, I made it to the leaky cauldron without further incident late in the afternoon. As I'd expected, the alley was packed, but this allowed me to blend in with the many children running around while their parents shopped. On my way in a flourish and blots, I passed a man on his way out who had to be Lucius Malfoy, with his snakehead-tipped cane and long silver hair, who sneered at my muggle attire as I brushed by him. Draco and Narcissa were nowhere to be seen. With the help of a clerk, I found the introductory text for arithmancy and runes, as well as the rest of the standard third-year texts. Having already read my first and second-year texts, I'd probably have a lot of free time, so I thought it a good idea to be able to get started on the third-year curriculum. While standing in the queue to pay for my purchases, I felt a tap on my shoulder. Turning around, my eyes fell upon a girl my age, with a wild mane of bushy hair and rather large front teeth, flanked by a pair of well-dressed and clearly muggle parents, each carrying massive stacks of books. I barely suppressed a gasp of shock. "Hermione," she began speaking in a rapid patter. "Hello. Are you also a muggle-born? You aren't wearing robes. I'm starting Hogwarts this year, but I haven't met any other muggle-borns yet. I'm so excited. We're going to learn magic. Can you believe it? Magic is real. I've read all the first-year books, of course, but I'm worried I'll be behind. I convinced my parents to buy me the second-year books so I don't fall behind. All the spells I tried worked. I think my parents were even more shocked than when Professor McGonagall turned into a cat. Did Professor McGonagall visit you as well? Where are your parents? I'm Hermione Granger, by the way." I chuckled, not sure which question to respond to. "Okay. Nice to meet you. Yes, I'm Muggle-born and starting Hogwarts too." Hermione had been scanning the titles of the books I held, and a frown formed on her face. "Oh, you have third-year books? And arithmancy and runes? I read about those. They sound fascinating, but we can't take them until third year. Do you think I should get the third-year books too?" She whirled around to face her parents. "Mom, Dad, look, Harry already has his third-year books. I told you we should buy them too." Her father opened his mouth to respond, but she spun back to face me again before he could get a word in. "Did you already read your second-year books? Have you read Hogwarts, a History? Hogwarts sounds incredible. I can't wait to see the ceiling. It's enchanted to show the sky, like a huge skylight." Wow. Hermione was even more overwhelming than the books had led me to expect. No wonder she'd had trouble as a first year. Children never appreciated a peer with so much enthusiasm for learning. Gringotts? The goblins are a bit stuffy, but I'm sure their culture is intriguing. By now I was at the front of the queue. "Well, looks like I'm up. Don't worry, Hermione. I'm sure you'll do fine at Hogwarts. See if you can find me on the Express, and we can go over our notes, yeah?" She beamed at me, agreeing to look for me on the Express. Smiling, I paid for my books, waved goodbye to Hermione, and made my way through the crowded shop to the exit. That had been a stroke of luck, meeting Hermione. Now if I managed to find Ron on the platform, I'd be well on my way to maintaining the timeline, assuming the Sorting Hat put me in Gryffindor. Well, I crossed that bridge when I came to it. I spent the rest of the afternoon ambling around the alley, popping into shops that looked interesting and browsing the wares, but didn't buy anything else. Though there were a wide array of items that looked useful, nothing seemed indispensable, and I was all too aware of my limited funds and even more limited opportunities to earn more. The sun had mostly set by the time I made my way out of the alley. After a filling dinner in a secluded booth at the back of the leaky cauldron, I cast the shrinking charm on the books I'd purchased and packed them into my new backpack, then left magical London behind for the final time before my first year at Hogwarts. My mind whirring with anticipation over the morrow. My hike back through Muggle London seemed to take no time at all. Setting up camp in Regent's Park, I let Hedwig out of my tent with instructions to meet me at Hogwarts, then went to sleep without further ado, so that I'd be able to wake up and make it to King's Cross with time to spare. And I recently read a thread on the HP fanfiction subreddit where the consensus seemed to be that author's notes should go at the end of a chapter. I worked myself into a bit of a more boring stretch these last few chapters, having abandoned a side plot that I had planned before getting to Hogwarts. Consequently, I hurried along the rest of the summer in this chapter. Next one, the real action will start. To Hogwarts. Chapter 10. To Hogwarts. Dawn had just finished breaking when I arose on the morning of September 1st. Double-checking my Atlas of London, I saw that King's Cross Station was actually quite close to Regent's Park and relaxed a bit. As long as I didn't dilly-dally, there'd be little risk of missing the express. I wrote down directions for the route there on a scrap of parchment. In short order, I was showered and dressed. I took a good look through the foliage surrounding my campsite, and when I was sure no early joggers were in the vicinity, I pulled my trunk out of my tent, packed up the tent, climbed through the trapdoor to the room in the bottom of my trunk, and set the tent back up within. Next, I transferred all my clothing and all the supplies in my Hogwarts letter to the top compartment of my trunk. I wanted to keep the room secret for as long as possible, and didn't want to have to climb down into my trunk every time I needed something. Latching the lid shut and waiting for a few joggers to pass, I pulled my trunk out onto the path and started east toward King's Cross. I had on my hat, sunglasses, and Muggle clothing with my wand, watch, and the parchment scrap with directions in the pockets of my chinos. The sky was a slate gray, and cold gusts stirred the air. I hoped it wouldn't start raining. Following the outer circle clockwise through Regent's Park, I exited onto Gloucester Gate, which I followed northeast until it hit Delancey Street. I turned right, and right again on Camden High Street, then left on Crowndale Road. I stopped to rest for a minute and glanced at my watch. The streets of London were surprisingly empty for 9 a.m. Walking over to a nearby newspaper stand, I realized it was a Sunday. Continuing on, Crowndale Road became Pancras Road as I passed a small park on my right, and then a larger park on my left. Those should be the street Pancras Gardens, which I had marked down as roughly the midpoint of my journey. Now I just had to follow Pancras Road the rest of the way to King's Cross Station, going through long tunnel that took me under the tracks for St. Pancras International Station. I emerged and walked alongside the eastern side of the station until I reached the entrance to King's Cross. Finally, I checked my watch, 9:30. I still had an hour and a half before the express left for Hogwarts. Heart thumping in my chest, I entered the station and made my way toward Platform 9. Neither Platform 9 nor 10 had trains waiting, so this part of the station was clear of Muggles. I didn't have to wait very long before families started showing up who were obviously bound for Hogwarts, with children dragging large wooden trunks. Sitting on my trunk, I watched several pass through the barrier to Platform 9 3/4, walking at full speed into a metal ticket box that stood against the brick wall. My plan had been to wait for the Weasleys to show up, but I suspected they might show up at the last minute, and I felt very eager to get my first glimpse of the Hogwarts Express. Standing up and gripping the handle of my trunk, I walked resolutely toward the barrier. Squeezing my eyes shut as I approached, I took a few steps through where I should have smacked face first into the ticket box. Opening my eyes, I took in Platform 9 3/4. Several clusters of adult wizards and witches were scattered along platform, smiling and chatting with one another. A few Muggle couples stood by themselves, looking around with the curiosity of tourists. A shiny red train that looked transplanted directly out of the 19th century stretched the length of the platform. Grinning, I trotted alongside the train and boarded one car back from the far end. All of the compartments in this car were still empty. Apparently, I was quite early. I removed my Hogwarts robes from my trunk and levitated it onto the luggage racks, which looked to have been expanded magically to be far more spacious than they should have been. The interior of the express being somewhat dimly lit, I pocketed my sunglasses but kept my hat on. No need to announce my presence. Relaxing into a seat by the window, facing the platform, I watched as it grew more crowded outside the train. My watch told me the time was just past 10 a.m. Leaning back, I closed my eyes and must have dozed off for a few moments because I awoke to the sound of the compartment door being opened. A blonde witch who looked several years my senior poked her head through, smiled at me distractedly, but didn't enter. Several more older students repeated the actions of the first girl, no doubt looking for their friends. I was just checking the time again, 10:30, when a gangly red-haired boy entered, followed by his mirror image. If I wasn't mistaken, this could be none other than Fred and George Weasley. "Ron," the first one called, "there's room here. We're going back to the middle. Lee Jordan's got a giant tarantula there. We're going to put it in Angelina's robes." The twins levitated Ron's trunk next to mine without sparing me more than a glance, then hurried off. Ron Weasley entered the trunk as they left, an uncertain look gracing his pale, freckled face. He looked me up and down, then stuck out his hand. "Hello, I'm Ron Weasley. This your first year too?" I smiled. "Yes, I'm a first year too." I shook his hand. "The name's Harry Potter. Are you really? Do you have—" His eyes flicked up to my hat. Shrugging, I removed my hat, causing his eyes to widen and his jaw to drop open. I replaced the hat, which broke his reverie. "Sorry, didn't mean to stare. It's just—" He trailed off, his face reddening. "No problem," I said. "Were those your brothers?" "Yeah, Fred and George. They're all right, I guess, when they aren't pranking me. Third years. I've got another one too, Percy, fifth year. He's a prefect." "A prefect?" I asked. "Yeah, he can be a bit full of himself, and this won't help. Always studying and bragging about being the top of his class." "What's a prefect?" I asked. "What? Oh, sorry. I thought you'd know since, well—" Ron's eyes wandered back up to my hat, and he trailed off. "Since I'm Harry Potter? I'm just learning about all this stuff now. I grew up with my muggle aunt and uncle." I explained. "Oh, that's why you're wearing muggle clothes. Sorry. I thought for sure you'd have." He trailed off again. "Prefects?" I prompted again, but at that point a bushy-haired witch entered the compartment. "Harry!" Hermione exclaimed. "I've been looking all over for you. Isn't this amazing?" My parents were so scared to go through the barrier, but I thought it was brilliant. She giggled, then noticed Ron. "Oh, hello. I'm Hermione Granger. And you are—" "Ron Weasley," Ron said gruffly. "You know Harry Potter?" Hermione's eyes widened, and she let out a squeak. "Harry Potter? Why didn't you say yesterday? I've read all about you. You're in the rise and fall of the dark arts, you know." Yeah, I read through a bit of that." I hedged, then tried to change the subject. Ron was just explaining what prefects are. Ron opened his mouth, but Hermione cut him off. "Oh, I know all about those. There's a whole chapter about them in Hogwarts, a history. You should read it, it's amazing. There are 2 from each house and year, and they have a variety of responsibilities." As Hermione rambled on, I noticed Ron frowning. He had probably been looking forward to teaching the famous Harry Potter something. "Ron's brother Percy is a prefect." I interjected when Hermione paused for a breath. She began peppering him with questions, which at first he replied with surly monosyllables, but he quickly grew more animated and more elaborate with his answers. Once Hermione realized Ron was from a magical family, the scope of her questions broadened. The train's horn sounded, and it began to roll forward. I was content to listen to Ron and Hermione's exchange. None of the tidbits Ron supplied were new information for me, but overhearing their discussion provided an excuse to know things I had no business knowing, like the location of the burrow, the fact that Ron's older brothers worked at Gringotts and a dragon preserve in Romania, and that the potions professor's name was Snape, and he was a right sodding git. Not long after we'd left King's Cross Station, a plump, friendly witch arrived with the food trolley. I duplicated Book Harry's generosity, accepting Ron's offer of his homemade sandwich. Discussion of the chocolate frog cards we soon extracted led us to the topics of Dumbledore and the Hogwarts houses. Ron and Hermione were discussing the obvious merits of Gryffindor when a snooty-looking, pale-haired boy in robes of fine material entered our compartment, flanked by a pair of heavy-set and thuggish-looking boys. "Gryffindor?" He spat the word out like it tasted foul. "Why would you want to get sorted with those buffoons? Though I suppose it's better than Hufflepuff. I'll be Slytherin, like everyone in my family." Ron's face was growing flushed and his jaw tightened in anger. He seemed on the verge of issuing an angry retort, but I had removed my hat a while ago, and the boy's gray eyes lit upon my forehead. Harry Potter, we heard you'd be on the train. I'm Draco Malfoy, he declared pompously. And this is Crabbe and Goyle, he added with a casual wave behind him. One of them grunted in what I took to be a greeting. We can show you around, introduce you to the right sort. Draco held his hand out toward me with an expectant air, not bothering to introduce himself to Hermione or Ron. Keeping a neutral tone, I gave his hand a single shake. Yes, I'm Harry. These are my friends Ron and Hermione. Draco glanced at them, frowning slightly at Ron's red hair. A Weasley? And a Muggleborn? I suppose you don't know any better. But dash, I cut him off. Their names are Ron and Hermione, I reiterated with a frown of my own. Ron looked nearly apoplectic. I casually put a hand on his shoulder to forestall an outburst. Draco's frown deepened, but then he shrugged. I see. Come on, Crabbe, Goyle, let's go. See you at the sorting, Potter. Slytherin would be glad to have a wizard of your stature. He turned and left, his lumbering shadows trailing behind him. Ron exploded. What a sodding git. There was never a wizard that went bad that wasn't a Slytherin, and the Malfoys are the worst of the lot. My father says Draco's dad, Lucius, has all sorts of illegal artifacts, but he's too much of a slimy snake to get caught. Hermione wore a solemn, thoughtful expression, and when Ron wound himself down, she asked, surely Hogwarts wouldn't have a house for dark witches and wizards. Dumbledore wouldn't allow it. Ron looked ready to go off again, so I quickly interjected. I'm sure they aren't all bad. Ron, know any spells? This led to the scruffy old rat known to Ron as Scabbers, but to me as Peter Pettigrew, making his appearance, and I grew distracted as Ron and Hermione began to bicker over Ron's failed spell to turn the rat yellow. Poor Sirius. Though I hadn't ever met him, I had always felt terrible for the hapless wizard, suffering through his wrongful imprisonment in hellish Azkaban. Ridding Ron of his pet Death Eater and freeing my godfather would have to be one of my first priorities. Keeping a nasty grin off my face and pulling out my wand, I interrupted my companion's heated argument. I learned a few spells myself this summer. Check this out. Wingardium Leviosa. Scabbers rose into the air, and I swished my wand around carelessly. The foul creature's legs scrabbled frantically as he bounced off the window and walls of the compartment. Oh, sorry, Ron. Still need to work on my control. Both Hermione and Ron wanted to learn the levitation charm, and by the time we rolled into Hogsmeade, I'd taught the spell to both of them, as well as Lumos, which Hermione had already mastered. Hermione had taught me the Oculus Reparo charm after fixing my glasses. I was curious where she'd learned it, as I hadn't seen it in any of my charms texts, but there wasn't time to ask. I shrugged into my Hogwarts robe. Hermione and Ron put their new knowledge to use as we levitated our trunks off the racks and disembarked from the train. I realized we hadn't encountered Neville Longbottom, perhaps without Hermione's slightly overbearing company. He'd asked a prefect for help finding Trevor. A startlingly deep voice boomed out, "Fur's years this way." Hagrid was even more mountainous than I'd expected, towering over the bustling throng of students crowding the platform. Soon the three of us were sharing a boat across the lake to Hogwarts. The castle was truly majestic. Tall towers soared into the purple sky of the early evening, golden light flickering out of the windows that studded the stone walls. Hermione let out a quiet "oh my," and the three of shared excited grins. I felt quite proud that I'd made it here, after more than a month on my own, and that I had already begun forging bonds of friendship with my companions in the famous trio. Soon we all ducked our heads as Hagrid yelled out, "Heads down!" The boats passed into a low cave in a cliff under the castle, a curtain of hanging ivy brushing the tops of our bowed heads. At the end of a tunnel that must have passed directly beneath the castle, our boats scraped onto the rocky beach of an underground harbor. Everyone scrambled out of their boats and climbed up a steep passageway and up a flight of stairs leading up to a solid oak door. The door swung open, revealing a tall, stern-looking witch in a pointed hat. Professor McGonagall introduced herself and led us into a small antechamber, instructing us to wait there for the sorting. Looking around the crowded room, I spotted a round-faced boy holding a glass ball filled with red smoke, examining it with a worried expression. I walked up to him. "What's that?" I asked, causing him to look up. Oh, it's a remembrall. Turns red when you've forgotten something, but it doesn't tell you what you've forgotten. I laughed and held out a hand. That doesn't sound very useful. I'm Harry Potter, by the way. Neville Longbottom. He shook my hand perfunctorily, his eyes widening slightly and darting to the scar on my forehead, but he didn't make any comment. Good to meet you, Neville. These are my friends Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. Hermione and Ron quickly engaged Neville in conversation, which soon devolved into the pair bickering while the shy boy watched them bemusedly. I smirked at him and rolled my eyes in their direction, which he returned with a hesitant smile. At that point, Professor McGonagall returned and led us into the Great Hall. My mind wandered as the Sorting Hat launched into its traditional song. So far, I felt the day had largely been a success. I had befriended Ron, Hermione, and Neville, and hoped the opportunity would soon arise to approach Hagrid. The moon was visible through the enchanted ceiling overhead, only a few days past full, which brought Remus Lupin to mind. Establishing contact with him might provide an opportunity to reveal Wormtail's presence and freeing Sirius. Unfortunately, I had no plausible reason to know who he was or that he had been a close friend of my father. I resolved to look through the Hogwarts library. Maybe there would be a picture of the Marauders in an old yearbook. If Hogwarts even had yearbooks, I couldn't remember a reference to any in the books. If not, perhaps I could draw the information out of Hagrid. The hat finished its song, drawing thunderous applause from the students, and the sorting began. I refocused my attention, putting faces to familiar names. Hermione and Neville went to Gryffindor as expected, and soon it was my turn. Firmly ignoring the whispers and stares of the students in the Great Hall, I strode resolutely up to the stool in front of the staff table and took a seat, placing the battered hat on my head. What have we here? Not what I expected, no, not at all. The hat's reedy voice sounded in my mind, a thoroughly unsettling experience. You have a fine mind, thirsting for knowledge. You do well in Ravenclaw, but no shortage of ambition and cunning. Slytherin, perhaps? That wouldn't do. Not Slytherin, not Slytherin, not Slytherin. I repeated the mantra silently, over and over. No. Well, you certainly have a strong will and plenty of courage. You aren't the type to back down from what you think is right. Perhaps the best house for you is Gryffindor. Grinning, I bounced off the stool, setting the hat back down, and hurried over to the table that had burst out clapping and cheering. The Weasley twins tried to start a chant of "We got Potter. We got Potter," but no one else joined in. Ron was sitting next to Hermione and across from Neville, patting the empty space on the bench on his other side. "Saved you a seat, Harry. I knew you'd be a Gryffindor." A blur of introductions followed, with Dean Thomas being the only other first year after me to join our table. Once Blaise Zabini was sorted into Slytherin, Dumbledore made his announcements. As expected, he concluded with Nitwit, Blubber, Oddment, Tweak, and heaping platters of food popped into existence on our tables, and the socializing died down as digging into the feast took precedence. As dinner wound down, I overheard a few students discussing the break-in at Gringotts, reminding me of the dangers I would soon face involving the Philosopher's Stone. Given all my practice over the summer, I was far more competent than Book Harry had been at this point, but I still didn't relish the prospect of battling a full-grown mountain troll. Hopefully my overtures of friendship toward Hermione would pay off, and I'd be able to keep her and run on good terms. After dessert, our prefects led us to Gryffindor Tower. The meal had been delicious, and after the monotony of my meals over the summer, I'd eaten with nearly as much abandon as Ron. Now my eyes kept trying to slide shut as my stomach monopolized the blood my brain required, but I tried my best to memorize the route we were taking through the castle's halls, taking note of the portraits we passed, their denizens yelling out their welcome to the new and returning students. After making the fat lady's acquaintance, we trooped through the portrait hole and the Gryffindor common room. The other first years must have been as exhausted as I felt, because I saw a lot of yawns as the prefects made a brief speech. Wishing a good night to Hermione, I followed the other boys up the stairs to our dormitory, where we found our trunks, each placed at the foot of a bed. I was glad to see that mine was the furthest in, near a large bay window at the end of the room. Neville was across from me, and Ron next to me. This made me wonder if the house elves had spied on us to ascertain budding friendships, and if so, when and how. My bed felt incredibly soft after sleeping on the floor in my tent cushioning, charms notwithstand, and my ponderings didn't last long before I drifted off into a deep sleep. A/N, thanks for the favorites and reviews. This chapter followed canon pretty closely, but events will begin to diverge more significantly in the next chapter. I promise. First day, Chapter 11. First day. Outside my window, I could see that it was still before sunrise when I woke the next morning and threw open the curtains surrounding my bed. The sky was just starting to lighten to a deep blue, and a glance at my watch showed that it was 6 in the morning on the dot. My dorm mates were all still asleep when I'd finished grinding out alternating sets of push-ups and crunches. Not sure of the proper protocol, I heaped the somewhat stinky clothing I'd worn over the summer on my bed, hoping the house elves would launder them. A door opposite the first-year dormitory led to a small shower area containing a pair of large, old-fashioned sinks on one wall and several shower stalls on the other. I luxuriated in the shower, making liberal use of the fragrant liquid soap dispenser on the wall, as I hadn't thought to buy any soap or shampoo in London and had had to make do with just hot water and vigorous scrubbing. By 7, I was dressed in my Hogwarts robes, which had mysteriously acquired red and gold trimmings while I slept, and had my wand and watch tucked into a spacious inner pocket. Leaving my roommates to their snores, I went downstairs to the common room. Still empty. The large circular room's stone floor and walls were covered with thick carpets and faded tapestries, making the space feel much cozier. The sun hung low in the sky, sending rays of warm light through the narrow arched windows spaced along the walls in regular intervals. A massive, dormant fireplace was set into one wall, the wall on its left side covered in handwritten parchment notices. An array of comfortably plush armchairs were scattered haphazardly around the room, some facing the hearth, and others placed along the wall in front of low wooden tables. I was browsing a notice bearing Argus Filth's signature, a long list of banned items, when I heard footsteps coming down the stairs to the boys' dormitories. Turning around, I saw Percy Weasley, his ginger hair neatly combed into a side part. "Morning, Harry. Good to see you up and ready this early." The prefects often have to wake first years on their first day to make breakfast, since they often don't notice or forget to set the alarm clocks on their bedside tables. Breakfast isn't usually mandatory, though I recommend not skipping it or you'll be hungry during your morning classes. But you'll be getting your schedule today. "Good morning, Percy." I hadn't noticed the alarm clock myself, and made a mental note to set it before going to bed tonight. "Are there any spells to wake you up in the morning?" That's a good question. I believe there are ways that can be accomplished with magic, but I don't think they are on the Hogwarts curriculum. Certainly not before NEWT level. Any magic dealing with time is quite complex. If you're interested in learning more, I recommend speaking to Professor Flitwick about it, your charms professor, though you'll have to be more advanced before you'll be able to actually cast such charms. I'm going to head down to the Great Hall for breakfast now. If you're ready to go, you can tag along. Thanking him, I agreed, and we left the common room through the portrait hole, which swung open at a tap of Percy's wand. "I was wondering," I said as we made our way through the corridors, reversing the route we had taken last night. "How will we know how to get to our classes? Will we be getting maps of Hogwarts?" Percy shook his head. "No, there aren't any maps of the castle available. As you'll soon see, the staircases often shift, which would make maintaining an accurate map quite difficult. Your schedules will contain the location of the classrooms, and if you get lost, I recommend asking a portrait for directions. They are ubiquitous, and most of them enjoy being helpful to the students." I'd received several more helpful tips from Percy by the time we reached the Great Hall. A handful of older students were already eating at the Slytherin and Ravenclaw tables, while the Hufflepuff and Gryffindor tables were still empty. Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout were sitting at the staff table, engaged in a discussion. Percy and I sat down and dug into the hearty, full English breakfast already laid out on the table. Students showed up steadily as we ate, alone or in pairs, until a huge group of chattering Hufflepuffs arrived together. The matronly Professor Sprout walked over from the staff table, holding a sheaf of parchment, which I took to be their schedules, causing Professor McGonagall to turn from her conversation and notice my presence. She leafed through the stack of parchments on the table in front of her, selected one, and walked over to me. "Good morning, Mr. Potter. I hope you slept well. Here is your schedule." I thanked the stern witch and looked down at the parchment. My first class was potions. History of magic and charms sandwiched an hour-long lunch break at noon, with charms followed by defense against the dark arts. There was a free period between when Dada let out at 3:30 before dinner was served between 6 and 8. "Morning, Harry." I looked up to see Hermione arriving with the rest of the first-year girls, led by the female sixth-year prefect, Elizabeth Fairley, if my memory served me. Hermione settled down next to me, while the rest of the girls sat in a huddle at the far end of the table. "Ron and Neville still asleep?" she asked, and I nodded. "I think so. I guess I was too excited to get started learning magic." I slid my schedule in front of her as she loaded her plate with food. "Got my schedule. We got potions first thing. I hope Snape isn't as bad as Ron said." "Professor Snape, Harry," she said absently as her eyes hungrily devoured my schedule. Food clearly came second to classes when it came to Hermione's priorities. "Brilliant. We have charms after lunch." I read that Professor Flitwick was a dueling champion before he started teaching at Hogwarts. We're lucky to have him for a professor. Ron, Neville, and the rest of the first-year boys soon joined us, led by the male sixth-year prefect, whose name escaped me. Ron dove into his food straight away, not even greeting Hermione and me after he'd wolfed down several mouthfuls of bacon and eggs. Hermione wrinkled her nose at his lack of decorum. Professor McGonagall returned and distributed the rest of the schedules to the fully assembled first years, and the conversation around the table grew to a muted roar, punctuated by the clinking of silverware on plates. Already finished eating, I nibbled on a roll until my year mates had finished their breakfasts. We left as a group to retrieve our supplies from Gryffindor Tower, and then set off toward the dungeons to find the potions classroom. The Slytherins were already seated when we arrived. Draco looked up at me, and then leaned over to Crabbe or Goyle. I wasn't sure which was which yet, and whispered something that caused the brutish boy to snicker. A few minutes later, Snape swept into the classroom in his signature style. I ignored the small butterflies flitting around in my stomach and braced myself for what I knew would come next. "Ah, yes," the sallow man drawled. "Harry Potter, our new celebrity." Condescension dripped from the man's voice, and a sneer twisted his mouth, revealing yellowed teeth, before he launched into his pretentious introductory remarks. "Potter," he said, "what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" I focused on the tip of the professor's hooked nose. "The draught of living death, sir. A very strong, sort of sleeping potion." A frown creased Snape's face, and I could feel his black eyes boring into me, trying to catch my gaze. I didn't allow my eyes to rise. While I had been diligent with my acclimacy exercises over the summer, I had no illusions about being ready to face a highly accomplished legilimens. Snape didn't acknowledge my response, moving on to the next question. The tension in the room grew palpable as I answered correctly, my voice carefully neutral and respectful. The other students were still as statues, with not even a rustle of robes or the groan of someone shifting in their seat. The silence stretched on for long moments after I got the last question right. Someone coughed, breaking the spell, and Snape's eyes snapped up to survey the rest of the classroom. "Well, why aren't you writing this down?" The sounds of quills scratching on parchment filled the room as everyone hastened to take notes. Despite having answered correctly, I followed suit, not wanting to give Snape any further excuse to single me out. We moved on to brewing the boil cure potion, and I partnered with Neville and Hermione with Ron, and by the end of the class we were both achieved success with our brews, despite Snape's attempts to intimidate us with his silent, hovering presence. History of Magic with the ghostly Professor Binns was far less eventful. Ron leaned over and spoke to me in hushed tones. "Wow, mate, that was something with Snape back there. How do you know all that stuff?" "I had plenty of time to read over the summer," I replied noncommittally. Ron leaned back, looking impressed. "I'm just glad he didn't ask me. Maybe I should read ahead a bit." Hermione, head bent and busily scribbling down everything. Professor Binns droned out, "Shushed us." Ron rolled his eyes, But after a moment, he surprised me by opening his potion's text and starting to leaf through it, forehead wrinkled in concentration. I noticed Neville do the same. After lunch, Ron, Hermione, and I earned 20 points for Gryffindor and effusive praise from a delighted Professor Flitwick when the three of us all performed the levitation charm on our first try. We spent the rest of charms helping the other Gryffindors with the spell, and by the time the bell signaling the end of class rang, everyone managed the charm, earning our house another 20 points. The final class of the day was Defense Against the Dark Arts, which entailed the thing I had been dreading most, my first encounter with Professor Quirrell. Preoccupied with keeping my head down, whenever the stuttering man's back was turned, I was careful not to grimace at the pain that pulsed in the scar on my forehead each time the back of the turban he wore faced in my direction. Yet worry churned in my gut. Voldemort was right there at the front of the classroom. By the end of class, I wasn't sure if a single thing had been covered, having spent the time worrying over the inevitable showdown with Voldemort over the stone. Having already made several deviations from the canon timeline, I was concerned these deviations could magnify into more significant differences. The butterfly effect. Would I be prepared to face Voldemort, even in his weakened state possessing Quirrell, without accurate foreknowledge? Was I the real Harry's equal, ready to take on a powerful Dark Lord as a first year? Or was I an inadequate imposter? My ruminating was cut short by Ron's elbow poking me in the ribs. Grunting and looking up, I realized I hadn't heard the bell sound, and the classroom had already mostly emptied out. Professor Quirrell was nowhere to be seen. Hermione and Neville were standing by the door, waiting for us. Finally, Ron said as we walked out of the classroom, "What do you think of Quirrell?" All that stuttering, and he didn't even answer when Seamus asked him how he defeated that vampire. How do you suppose we're supposed to learn from a teacher who's scared of his own shadow? He was probably just nervous on his first day teaching, Ron. I'm sure Dumbledore wouldn't have hired him if he wasn't competent. To my ear, Hermione's tone didn't quite match the confidence of her words. Neville spoke quietly. If he really got attacked by a vampire, I don't blame him for being a little scared. My Uncle Algy used to tell me stories about vampires. They sound horrible. He shivered, looking concerned. Ron laughed nonchalantly. As horrible as Snape? Maybe he's a vampire. He sure has the look. Don't be so disrespectful, Hermione scolded. Professor Snape is a member of the staff. Ron opened his mouth, but she continued. What if he heard you talking like that? He closed his mouth and paled, causing the freckles to stand out on his face. Not responding to Hermione's question, but looking around the hallway rather nervously, he changed the subject. Anyone else getting a bit hungry? When's dinner again? Not until 6, I answered. I was thinking about going to look for the library. Hermione let out a squeal of excitement, immediately volunteering to join me. The two boys didn't look as enthralled by the idea. Neville, how about a game of gobstones in the common room? Or exploding snap? Sure, Ron. Neville smiled apologetically at us and gave a small wave as Ron tugged at his arm, apparently quite eager to have some fun after a day of classes. See you at dinner, Ron called to us over his shoulder as they set off towards Gryffindor Tower. I asked a nearby portrait of a distinguished-looking older wizard which direction the library was in. Then Hermione and I turned and headed the other way down the hall. So, Hermione, I've been meaning to ask you, I said as we navigated the stone corridors. Where'd you learn that Oculus? Reparo charm? I looked over the first few years of Charms books, but I don't recall seeing it. Oh yes, that isn't in the curriculum. I found a book called 111 Useful Charms. I've got it back in my dormitory. I can grab it for you after dinner, if you'd like to look through it. That'd be great, thanks Dash. Suddenly, something whizzed over my shoulder to splash on the floor behind us. A high-pitched cackle echoed through the corridors. From overhead, Icklefur's ties. Play a game with Peevesy. The poltergeist hovered above us, smirking down at us. He looked like a little man with a disproportionately large head, wearing a colorful outfit that reminded me of a court jester. He seemed quite solid, not translucent like the ghost side scene at the welcoming feast. I handed my school books to Hermione and gave her a gentle push toward the recessed entrance of an empty classroom with its doors standing slightly ajar. Take cover. We don't both need to get wet. She hurried inside and shut the door. Oh, Potty's protecting his little girlfriend. So noble, so gallant. Peeves punctuated each exclamation by launching another water balloon in my direction as I bobbed and weaved, pulling out my wand and taking aim. Wingardium Leviosa. I blurted out as the next projectile headed in my direction, and it slowed to wobble in the air a few feet away. I whipped my wand toward Peeves, and he squealed with glee as he dodged it. I was thoroughly soaked by the time I managed to hit Peeves with one of the balloons, causing him to make him shriek and fly off, careening off the walls and yelling about revenge. A wide grin plastered on my face. I returned to the classroom Hermione was hiding in and knocked on the door. She cracked it open, the visible sliver of her face wearing a concerned expression. All clear. That was actually rather fun. Sorry you missed out. That's quite all right, Harry, she replied, not sounding at all regretful. I started casting hot air charms on myself, and she put down our school supplies and helped with a few charms of her own. Once I was dry, we picked up our things and continued, and reached the library without further excitement. Madame Pants glanced up at us and frowned slightly, but left us to our own devices. The next few hours were spent browsing the stacks in companionable silence. The books were divided in sections corresponding to the subjects taught at Hogwarts, but didn't seem to be in any particular order within each section. Many of them didn't even have a title on the spine. I had to pull them out and take a look at the front cover to ascertain their contents, and when I glanced at my watch I saw it was already 5:30. I located Hermione at a table in the back of the library, a massive pile of books on the table in front of her. We should probably get going, so we'll have time to drop our things off in Gryffindor Tower, I whispered. She eyed the mountain of books in front of her regretfully, but agreed, and we left the library. Hermione kept up an excited stream of chatter on the way back to our dormitory, describing everything she'd found. We took a few wrong turns, but with the help of the portraits, made our way back a little after 6. The common room was mostly empty when we arrived, and I didn't see Ron or Neville. We headed up our respective staircases to drop off our things, then made our way to dinner. The Great Hall was packed with eating students when we arrived. Ron was engaged in an animated discussion with Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas when we arrived, debating the relative merits of Quidditch and Muggle football. The Gryffindor table was mostly full, so Hermione and I had to sit further down the table from our friends, next to Fred and George. It quickly became obvious why it was an empty space next to the twins. Using their spoons as catapults, they were surreptitiously firing gobs of food flying toward Percy and then ducking their heads low, hiding behind Hermione and me. Any judge would have found them guilty immediately upon seeing the theatrically innocent expressions plastered on their faces. By the time I had eaten my fill, an all-out food fight had sprung up when Angelina Johnson, Katie Bell, and Alicia Spinett returned fire at the twins after Alicia got a faceful of bread pudding. Hermione made her escape with the other first-year girls led by Lavender, Brown, and Parvati Patil, who were shrieking and sharing an empty platter to shield their hair. Neville was the last of the first-year boys joined in the fun, but soon we were all laughing and covered in food. Even the arrival Severus Snape, who put a stop to the battle and took 20 house points from Gryffindor, didn't spoil our mood. Some of the older students, eyes still sparkling with amusement, cleaned everyone up with some quick spell work, and we departed the Great Hall in a boisterous crowd. I extricated myself from the mass of Gryffindors in front of the fat lady, informing Neville and Ron that I wanted to go to the Ollery to check on Hedwig. "Want us to come along, Harry?" Neville asked. "Yeah," Ron added. "You don't want to run into a group of Slytherins alone. Those slime balls always stick together, and they love to pick on us when they catch us alone. I'm sure I'll be fine, guys. Don't worry, I'll be careful." They didn't press the issue, and soon I was on my own. I was sweating and short on breath by the time I had climbed up the steep staircase leading to the Ollery. After confirming that Hedwig had made it safely to Hogwarts and giving her a few strokes, I glanced at my watch. There was still more than an hour before the 10 o'clock curfew, and a thought had struck me on the way up to see Hedwig. A short time later, I stood in a corridor on the 7th floor, facing a blank stretch of wall across from a portrait of a wild-haired wizard surrounded by a circle of large, brutish-looking creatures clad in ludicrously inappropriate frilly pink tutus. Fixing the need for a place to hide something in my mind, I paced back and forth 3 times, and a wooden door materialized in the stone wall. With a surge of excitement, I opened the door and stepped inside the room of hidden things. I wandered through the curving paths between towering jumbles of items, careful not to touch anything. There was a stunning variety of items, all covered in a thick layer of dust that also coated the floor and rose in small clouds with each step I took. Eventually, I came upon a battered old cabinet missing a door, containing an array of dog-eared and water-damaged books. Sorting through them, it was nearly curfew when I let out an involuntary gasp. In my hands, I held a thin, untitled volume, the cover bearing a cartoonish drawing of three animals, a stag with an impressive set of antlers, a large dog with its tongue lolling out in a friendly manner, and a rat standing on its hind legs, nose raised as if sniffing the air. This had to be an artifact left behind by the marauders. Excited at my discovery, I leafed through the volume and deflated a bit upon seeing that the pages were all blank. Perhaps it was protected from prying eyes in a manner similar to the marauder's map? I wanted to spend some time trying to reveal the book's secrets, but curfew was nearly upon me. Stuffing the book into the inner pocket of my robe, I hurried out of the room and back down to the Gryffindor Tower. Charging forward with an exultant war cry, Ron's knight drove his lance through my king's chest in truly gruesome fashion. "Checkmate," Ron added unnecessarily. I sighed and rose from my armchair. "Well, that's enough punishment for me, mate." One of my pawns pushed himself up from where he'd lain on the board and made a rude gesture in my direction with his remaining good arm, while other dangled uselessly on a flap of skin from his shoulder. "I don't think my pieces like me very much." Ron chortled. "You sure you don't want to play one more? You'll only get better if you practice." I held up my hands up in mock surrender. "You'll have to find another victim. Finishing my transfiguration essay is going to be a relief after that beating." The red-haired boy made a face conveying his disbelief that homework could ever provide relief from anything, and walked over to where Dean, Seamus, and Neville were playing Exploding Snap. Breathing a sigh of relief, I hurried up the stairs to the boys' dorms. The first week at Hogwarts had passed in a blur of classes, homework, and socializing. After my summer of utter solitude, free to do whatever I wanted all day, every day, the busy schedule and constant companionship of school life were somewhat stifling. Over the past several days, I'd found myself reminiscing on my idyllic time on the Sapophoros Isle, longing for some of that privacy and freedom. Since it was now Saturday and I didn't need to be in my school robes, I changed into the second-hand ones with expanded pockets, loaded them up with everything I'd need, then hastened back downstairs and out the portrait hole before anyone could ensnare me into another game. Truthfully, if I never played another game of Gobstones or Exploding Snap, I'd be perfectly content. My fellow first-year boys had seemingly inexhaustible enthusiasm for such games. I did my best to get along with everyone and not stand out, but had been an adult and my tolerance for childish pastimes was just about at its limit. While I didn't exactly regret having been sorted into Gryffindor, I'd found myself occasionally wondering what life would have been like as a Ravenclaw. Did they play fewer games in their common room? Perhaps studying together and practicing magic with one another? Probably not. These were 11-year-olds, after all. At this age, schoolwork was a chore to be avoided. Even when that schoolwork was learning magic. Hermione was an exception to that rule, of course. She was far less interested in games than the boys, but I hardly ever seemed to speak with her outside of class. We were still quite friendly, but she spent the majority of her free time studying in the peace and quiet of the library. While I was no stranger to Madame Pance's domain, any talking more than the occasional whisper wasn't an option there. I shoved my frustrations aside. I was a first year, and I would continue acting the part. Given my preparation over the summer, classes so far had held no challenges, and I had been the first to master every spell we learned in Charms and Transfiguration, the only classes that had had any wand work so far. I suspected this might have something to do with the way Hermione was anchored in the library. Fortunately, I'd been quite diligent about homework, having already finished everything the professors had assigned so far. Now that I had extricated myself from the other first years, I had the entire afternoon and evening to myself, and I intended to put the alone time to good use. My first stop was the Ollery, where I found Hedwig preening herself. She flew over and landed on my shoulder, giving my earlobe an affectionate peck. I ignored the slight pain and fed her some of the treats I'd brought along, stroking her soft feathers. "I'll have some work for you soon," I promised her. Once I get a bit more settled in, just wanted to say hello. Hedwig gave me another peck, hooted again, and with a few flaps of her wings was back on her perch. I waved goodbye and left the Ollery. I had grown close to Hedwig over, my only companion over the long, lonely weeks of the summer, and didn't want her to think I had forgotten about her now that I was at Hogwarts. A pair of older Ravenclaws were approaching me on the 7th floor corridor when I reached the entrance to the room of requirement, so I continued past it, ignoring the way their eyes were drawn to my scar, as if it were magnetized. I waved and greeted them. I stopped in front of a portrait a few away from Barnaby, the barmy, and pretended to be examining it, and was glad I did. Watching the departing backs of the Ravenclaws until they turned the corner, they both turned around to catch a second look of the new celebrity. I visualized a small study, containing a table with a chair, a leather armchair with plush cushions, a water fountain, and pull-up bar in the corner. After 3 passes, the door appeared, and I pushed it open. The room met my requirements. It was truly an incredibly impressive working of magic. Stripping down to my briefs, I engaged in a vigorous session of calisthenics, then cooled off with yoga followed by a long meditation in Shavasana, or dead man's pose. After dressing, I settled down behind the desk and opened up Charms of Defense and Deterrence, in which I remembered seeing the disarming and stunning charms when I had skimmed it over the summer. After several hours of practicing the wand movements, I tried added in the incantation. I managed a pale jet of red light for Expelliarmus, but was unsuccessful with Stupefy. I suspected having someone demonstrate the spell for me would make it much easier to learn, but I hadn't really spoken to any of the older students other than Percy Weasley, and didn't feel comfortable approaching anyone for advanced tutelage yet. My arm was feeling pretty sore, so I settled into the leather armchair with the book I'd found in the room of requirement on my previous visit. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. I tried, figuring I might as well. Nothing. That would have been too easy. After spending 30 minutes trying out all manner of phrases related to the Marauders, Prongs, Padfoot, Wormtail, Moony, and fuzzy little problems, I had begun to feel distinctly silly sitting there and talking to an empty book. Remembering Tom Riddle's diary from the second book, I decided to take another approach. I retrieved a quill and inkpot from the pocket of my robe, and I moved back to the desk. Dipping the quill into the ink, I opened the book to the first page and wrote, "Hello, I'm Harry Potter." The ink swirled into a circular puddle a few seconds after I stopped writing, and I grinned as a new message appeared. "Greetings from the Marauders, Mr. Harry Potter. Unfortunately, this book cannot help you with bad hair days. May we suggest Sleekeasy's Fine Potion?" Chuckling, I tried correcting the book with my next message, being careful to keep my handwriting neat, but was met with another irreverent response. Though the book never said so outright, after some back and forth, I got the feeling that perhaps they didn't trust that I was who I claimed to be. After I had informed the book that I was a first-year Gryffindor, I tried telling it that I was Prong's son, and it replied that any red-blooded Gryffindor is worth their weight in gold. The mention of blood got me thinking back to the way my trunk had needed a drop of blood to recognize my ownership. I considered that maybe something similar would convince the book I was who I said it was. I hadn't brought my potions knife, and frowned, not wanting to have to trek all the way back to the common room for it. Fortunately, a memory from the first book popped into my mind, of Professor Sprout's obstacle in the protections guarding the stone. "Are you a witch or not?" Ron's now familiar voice gave substance to my memory from the book. Plucking a bar from my quill and pulling out my wand, I focused and gave it a tap, turning it into a shiny steel needle. I pricked the tip of my left index finger and squeezed it until a small drop of blood bloomed on my skin. Holding my breath, I let the drop fall onto the empty first page of the book and watched it sink into the page. My gamble paid off as neat writing suddenly faded into visibility. My lungs emptied in an involuntary whoop of joy. The Marauders present. Notes on the Animagus transformation by Padfoot, Prongs, and Wormtail. Excited, I turned the page and hungrily began to devour the book's contents. I didn't stop until I had finished reading the entire book, and noticed my stomach was growling at me reproachfully. A glance at my watch informed me that it was already nearly an hour into dinner. Quickly packing up my things, I exited the room of requirement, careful to make sure the corridor was clear, and hastened toward the Great Hall. I had often wondered how the Marauders managed to learn magic as advanced as the Animagus transformation while still in school, magic with a widely known reputation for difficulty and obscurity. The book had provided some explanation, incredibly lucky circumstances, and a willingness to take very dangerous risks. The first stroke of luck. James and Sirius had each found unique books in their private family collections that provided critical aid in their quest. The 2 volumes James contributed, each centuries old, were handwritten diaries by long-dead members of the Potter family that described their personal efforts in mastering the transformation. Both diaries explained that the first step was keeping a dream journal. Over time, diligent attention to this practice would improve one's ability to remember dreams with increasing clarity upon waking. Once the dreamer could consistently recall every detail of their nightly dreams, the next step was to hold a mandrake leaf, fixed in place under the tongue with a sticking charm, every day for a month. Each night, the leaf was to be removed and placed in a specially prepared potion, which had to be discarded the next morning and brewed fresh every night. Furthermore, the ingredients to the potion had to vary in their proportions according to a schedule, determined through arithmetic calculations according to a formula taking into account the precise phase of the moon and the times of sunrise and sunset for that day. The potion served to both preserve the mandrake leaf and to activate normally dormant compounds in the plant. A single error in brewing the potion, or a single day where the leaf fell out of one's mouth, meant starting the cycle from scratch after waiting a full month for the body's innate magic to revert to normal. In the absence of any mistakes, after a month the leaf would change color from the usual green to a deep crimson, signifying success. At that point, the initiate had to spend a night sleeping outdoors without any clothing, where they'd have a dream in which they were the animal they would eventually transform into. The next step reminded me of the occlumency exercises I had performed over the summer. Every night, the initiate would meditate on their form until they fell asleep, trying to recall the feeling of their mandrake leaf dream as vividly as possible. There was no set amount of time one had to do this. It had to continue until they could consistently pass into a dream where they were in the form of their animal. The diary noted that the 3 Marauders attempting the transformation had managed their mandrake leaf dreams in the spring of their 4th year, and had mastered the ability to dream each night in their Animagus form by the end of the following summer. The Potter family text had said this was where the truly difficult work began: partial body transfiguration into the animal form, starting with the feet, then gradually including the legs, the lower torso, the hands, then arms, the upper torso, and finally the head. Upon reaching the hands, this process required a partner who did not transform, who could revert the transfiguration. The Marauders didn't have the patience for this, particularly since Wormtail lacked the necessary skill in transfiguration to do his part. Fortunately, Sirius had found the solution to their dilemma: a volume in the Black family library describing a variant of the polyjuice potion that one of his ancestors attempting the transformation had invented in the 15th century. Unlike the polyjuice potion, this unnamed variant did not require a hair or fingernail of the target of the transformation. Instead, the hopeful Animagus merely had to take the potion and then perform the exercise they had already learned of initiating a dream in the Animagus form. Instead of falling into the dream, the drinker would physically transform into their form and spontaneously revert to their human form after several hours, as when drinking polyjuice. Once the hopeful Animagus had experienced the physical transformation enough times, which varied somewhat for each person, apparently they would simply feel when they were ready, they would be able to initiate the transformation into their animal form at will. Unfortunately, there was still more work to be done. Drinking the black Animagus polyjuice potion, as the Marauders had dubbed it, had the fortuitous side effect of maintaining the one's human mind while in animal form. This wasn't the case when initiating the transformation unaided. The Marauders hadn't been able to find any way around the next step in the process. This stage again required the help of someone who stayed human. They would lead the transformed wizards through a series of exercises aimed at helping them regain the full use of their human minds while in their animal form, and then restore them to human form at the end of the session. Remus had fulfilled this role after learning the obscure charm that forced a transformed animagus to revert to human form. While I was eager to learn the transformation, this final step meant that even if I managed to get through the previous stages on my own, I would need a willing partner to complete the learning process. According to the book, Remus, though by all accounts a very talented wizard, needed several months of diligent study to master the reverse animagus charm, and he'd been in his 5th year at Hogwarts by then. Chances were even the talented and studious Hermione wouldn't be able to learn the charm until at least 4th year, even if I somehow managed to convince her to help me in an effort that was quite clearly against the rules. No, I would definitely have to exercise some restraint in becoming an animagus, however much it chafed. At least I could get started in keeping a dream journal. I returned to the room of requirement after an early breakfast on Sunday morning, getting in a satisfying workout and several hours practicing Expelliarmus. After a shower in Gryffindor Tower, I joined my friends for lunch, then accompanied Hermione to the library. The Marauder's book had contained a variety of unfamiliar terminology, and I spent the afternoon leafing through some books on magical theory, hoping to fill these gaps in my knowledge. By dinner time, I'd found passages explaining most of the terms and recorded the titles and page numbers in my variable volume. The next week of classes went by with little of note happening. Most of my classmates were still mastering the match-to-needle transfiguration and the levitation charm, while the rest of us simply practiced our speed and consistency. We learned to cast lumos and charms, which gave Hermione and myself the opportunity to earn more house points for Gryffindor, but left me almost as bored as Professor Bin's monotonous drone in History of Magic. I wasn't handling the tedium of classes particularly well, and was looking forward to a break from the routine during our first flying lesson with on Thursday. Neville, who was quite a bit more confident than he'd been described in the books, managed to stay on his broom for most of the lesson, and I felt quite guilty at the sense of relief and anticipation that filled me when he lost control toward the end of the lesson and was rushed off to the hospital wing by Madame Hooch, moaning and clutching his broken wrist. Draco, true to form, swaggered over to the glass orb lying in the grass where Neville had crashed. A remembrall. Draco smirked as he bent down to retrieve it, as if that'd be enough to help a wizard as hopeless as Longbottom. Put it down, Malfoy, Ron snarled, clenching his fists and approaching the blond boy, only to be intercepted by Crabbe and Goyle. Draco raised an eyebrow, tossing the ball from hand to hand. Straddling his broomstick, the Malfoy scion rose in the air, quite a bit higher than we'd been allowed to go by Madame Hooch. "Your wish is my command, Weasley," he called down. Ron made to return and get his broomstick, but Crabbe and Goyle each gripped one his shoulders, and he was unable to shake the larger boys off. I took this as my cue and hopped on my broomstick, ignoring Hermione's warning that I'd get in trouble, and shot up to face Draco. "Potter," he drawled. "Think you can keep up?" He angled his broom up, and I gave chase, until the crowd of first years on the ground below looked like miniature figurines. Draco slowed to a stop and glanced over his shoulder, a surprised expression flitting across his face. Again, I drew up to face him. "That's not yours, Draco. Hand it over before we both get in trouble." "I thought you Gryffindors were supposed to be brave," Draco sneered. "You want it so much, catch." He drew back his arm and threw the ball as hard as he could, barely staying on in his broom in the process. I didn't bother with a retort and took off, flying as fast as I could while still keeping my eye on the remembrall as it arced through the air, glittering in the sunlight. I heard faint cheering from the gathered students far below when my hand closed on it, and bowed with a flourish of my robe after I landed among the cheering first years. I was still in the center of a crowd of smiling Gryffindors, every inch of my back being patted by dozens of hands, when Professor McGonagall stormed up. "Potter, I never come with me." Though she was clearly angry, I thought I detected a proud glimmer in her eyes. Ignoring Malfoy's smirk, I covered the grin that forced its way onto my face by rubbing my nose with my knuckles as I followed her back into the castle. The events from the books played themselves out exactly as I remembered, and I was now the youngest seeker at Hogwarts in a century. The party in Gryffindor Tower that night was quite the raucous affair, and even Hermione got into the jubilant spirit after scolding me for my reckless behavior. A letter from Lupin. Chapter 13. A letter from Lupin. Weeks turned to months at Hogwarts as I settled into a routine existence. Even with the addition of 3 weekly Quidditch practice sessions, my schoolwork continued to pose little challenge. Transfiguration and Charms were my favorite classes because of their strong practical components and competent teachers, and between the two, I often single-handedly earned enough points to offset the one Snape took every opportunity to subtract from Gryffindor in Potions. Potions was a mixed bag. I quite enjoyed the hands-on elements of brewing, but Snape's vindictive pettiness and apathetic teaching style wore on me despite my attempts to ignore it. Partnering with Neville, who was much worse at dealing with Snape's barbed tongue, helped keep the class exciting, since I had to be as vigilant as a hawk to keep him from making some error that would ruin our potion. History of Magic and first-year defense against the dark arts consisted purely of lectures with no practical element, and Professors Quirrell and Binns weren't particularly engaging lecturers. Fortunately, the subject matter was interesting enough to keep me engaged. I was particularly fascinated by the relationship between wizards and goblins, but had long since stopped raising my hand in class, as Binns had yet to acknowledge a student's question. In defense, I had adopted the strategy of just keeping my head down and taking notes to avoid Quirrell's attention. Herbology and astronomy were the subjects I had done the least reading in over the summer, but they progressed at a pace that was clearly oriented for young children with a less focused work ethics than myself. The only hard part was staying awake in astronomy on Wednesdays, which took place at midnight after an exhausting Quidditch practice. I was excused from flying lessons after making the Quidditch team. Ron and I would occasionally go out to the Quidditch pitch when the weather allowed, taking turns flying the Nimbus 2000 Professor McGonagall had given me. I hadn't told anyone that I already had a broom, not wanting to admit I'd brought an item to Hogwarts that was forbidden to first years. All this meant that I earned top marks across the board and still had plenty of time to pursue whatever piqued my interest. I divided this free time between the Hogwarts library, where I did background reading in history, magical theory, ancient runes, and arithmancy, and the Room of Requirement, where I practiced advanced charms, hexes, and jinxes. I had searched the library from top to bottom for references to the Marauders, but had come up dry. It seemed that yearbooks were a muggle invention that Hogwarts had never adopted. When I hazarded disturbing Madame Pants to ask about it, she confirmed that Hogwarts had no such thing. However, I'd had a stroke of luck when I ran into Hagrid on the way back from herbology one day in early October, and he invited me to come down to his hut for tea. When I went down the next day with Ron, Hermione, and Neville, I asked Hagrid about my parents and who their friends had been in school. After some hemming and hawing and a frown in Neville's direction, which I assumed indicated he didn't want to bring up the boys' parents, he said that my father had been close to Remus Lupin and Peter Pettigrew. I asked if he thought it would be okay if I sent letters to them, and he told me that Pettigrew had passed away, but that he was sure Remus would be delighted to hear from me. I was somewhat disappointed that he didn't mention Sirius Black, as this would have given me an excuse to look into his incarceration in Azkaban, but perhaps I'd be able to find some reference to him related to Pettigrew's death. That evening I had penned a letter to Remus, saying Hagrid had told me he'd been close to my father, and that I'd love to learn more about my parents. I included a request for a picture of them, explaining that I had none and couldn't remember their faces. Knowing that Remus had initially been hesitant opening up to Harry during third year in the books, I hoped this request would tug his heartstrings enough to motivate him to respond even if he harbored any second thoughts. When I didn't receive a response after several days, I began checking the Ollery every night, worried about Hedwig. It had been relief when I found her there a week after I'd sent her out, looking somewhat bedraggled, but in good health. I had made sure to give my faithful owl plenty of owl treats to express my gratitude for what had apparently a long and tiring journey. Another week had passed, and I had all but forgotten about Remus Lupin with Halloween approaching, being preoccupied with the upcoming prospect of Quirrell releasing a troll in the school. My early efforts befriending Hermione had resulted in her and Ron enjoying a much more cordial relationship, though I wouldn't exactly classify them as being close. While I was glad that Ron wasn't picking on Hermione at all, I suspected that this meant she wouldn't end up crying in the bathroom on Halloween, particularly because I had already taught Ron to cast the levitation charm on the Hogwarts Express. I was glad we'd be spared the dangerous task of rescuing her from a full-grown mountain troll, but was concerned that barring this bonding experience, we'd never really become as close as the trio had in the books. On the other hand, I wasn't sure I was comfortable bringing a pair of first years along with me to brave the dangers of the protections around the Philosopher's Stone, even if they were close enough friends that they'd be willing to come along. As a result, I never turned down a game of chess with Ron, and my skills had improved steadily to the point where I even managed the occasional victory. I was sitting at breakfast on the Sunday before Halloween, reviewing my memory of the 7 trials from the first book and pondering on how I could further prepare for them, when a nondescript and ragged-looking owl swooped down and dropped a letter in front of my plate. The bird seemed exhausted, so I fed it a few strips of bacon while I looked down at the envelope, which my name was. Written in elegant cursive, Ron, who was sitting next to me, looked over. "What have you got there, mate?" he asked. "I'm not sure," I said. "Remember how Hagrid said my father was friends with a wizard named Remus Lupin? I wrote him a while back. Maybe," he replied. Hermione and Neville looked up at this, and I suggested we head back to Gryffindor Tower to read it, where there would be a bit more privacy. Everyone agreed, curiosity writ large on their faces, so we polished off our meals and left the Great Hall. Once we were all seated on plush armchairs in the common room, I opened the envelope and removed its contents, a wizarding photograph and a neatly folded letter. A beaming young couple smiled and waved at me from the picture, a handsome man with messy black hair and round spectacles with his arm around a slender, pretty woman with long auburn hair and green eyes that sparkled with joy. I smiled, vicariously enjoying the happiness they exuded for a few moments, then passed the photo to Hermione. "My parents," I said. "Oh, they are lovely," she cooed. Ron leaned over from his chair and grinned when Hermione held the photo out so he could get a better view. She passed the photo to Neville, who examined it with a solemn expression, no doubt thinking of his own parents. I unfolded the letter and began to read aloud. "Dear Harry," it said, "you can't imagine the joy I felt upon receiving your letter, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart for reaching out to me. Hagrid is quite right. I knew both of your parents quite well, as we were all Gryffindors in the same year, and your father James was one of my dearest friends." Neville held the photo back to me, which I took and placed on the small table between us, then continued reading the letter. "Those years with your parents at Hogwarts were the best years of my life, and I am eternally grateful that your father decided to befriend a very shy boy sitting alone in a compartment on the Hogwarts Express. James was an exceptionally brave and talented wizard who exemplified the traits of Gryffindor House, but he was also as deeply loyal and caring friend as any Hufflepuff. Above all, your father had an exuberant sense of humor and loved practical jokes. He was the natural leader of our small group of friends, who earned a rather notorious reputation among both staff and students, coming to be known as the Marauders." Ron started to say something, but Hermione swatted him on the arm and made a shushing noise. I looked up, but he shook his head and motioned for me to continue. Hermione and Neville both wore expressions of rapt attention. My eyes returned to Remus's neatly looping script. "Your mother Lily was, perhaps, an even more remarkable person. She was the kindest individual I've ever met. I never knew her to insult a person or even laugh at a joke at someone's expense. She was an even more exceptional student than your father, for whom pranking often took priority over homework, always managing the top marks in our year. And that was quite an accomplishment, as I was rather studious myself and always striving to match her. But her talent always shone through. I have many stories I'd love to share with you, but I am mindful of how little space is left on this parchment, and unfortunately, it is the only sheet I have in my possession at the moment. However, I would like nothing better than to continue to correspond with you and share these memories with you, Harry. I am traveling through southern Europe at the moment, but I hope to return to England before the end of the year, and will send you another letter as soon as I return. Until then, I'd ask that you spare your owl the trip. She is a majestic creature, but looks quite exhausted from the long journey. Warmest regards, Remus Lupin." My throat had grown dry during the long recitation, and I swallowed the remaining saliva in my mouth through a lump in my throat. Hermione and Ron both began to speak over each other immediately. Harry, that was beautiful. Hermione sniffed, her eyes shining with tears despite the smile on her face. And she leapt out of her seat to throw her arms around me in an enthusiastic hug. I've heard of the Marauders. Fred and George have mentioned them. They talk about them like they're gods. Ron said excitedly. I grinned at them and told Ron that we'd have to ask the twins for more details. He craned his neck, looking around the common room, but the mischievous pair of redheads weren't in sight. Neville got up and patted me on the shoulder. Thanks for sharing that with us, mate, he said softly. Of course, Neville, it was nice to share this moment with my friends, I said. I'm going to go put these in my trunk, I added, taking the letter from the table and standing. I don't want anything to happen to them. When I returned, Ron, eager to inform the twins of my connection to the Marauders, convinced us to go looking for them. When we didn't see them in the Great Hall for lunch, we forgoed our meal and wandered the castle for several hours, glancing into empty classrooms, but our search came up empty. Eventually, we found ourselves taking a walk around the lake, the chilly autumn day warmed by the bright afternoon sun. We skipped stones and chatted about classes until our growling stomachs and the deepening shadows sent us back into the Hogwarts to eat dinner. We found the twins at the Gryffindor table, and Ron rushed ahead to give them the news. They both leapt to their feet and ran over to surround me, each grabbing one of my hands and shaking it enthusiastically while patting my back. Who would have thought Dash, a junior marauder Dash? Right here in our midst Dash, we are humbled Dash, astonished Dash, unworthy Dash. The rapid-fire exchange continued as they led me to Gryffindor table and ushered me into a place on the bench. They hovered to either side like waiters, pouring me a glass of pumpkin juice and set a plate in front of me, piling it high with food. I couldn't help but share a grin with my three friends at their antics. Eventually, they calmed down and sat down across from me. So, James Potter was a marauder. Harry, you have quite a reputation to live up to, one twin said. We only know them by their nicknames, the other continued. Prongs, Padfoot, Wormtail, and Moony, added the first. We wonder which one was your dad. Do you know who the others were? Remus Lupin was one of them, I said. He's the one who sent me the letter. Hagrid also mentioned that Peter Pettigrew was friends with them. So maybe he was one? Pettigrew? The name rings a bell. The twin to the right wore a pensive frown. I really needed to learn how to tell them apart. The other twin continued. Yes, I'm sure I've heard it. A mystery then. And you are in luck, for there are no two finer sleuths in all of Hogwarts. We're on it, Harry, never fear. All will soon be clear. I opened my mouth to respond, but the twins had already jumped back to their feet and were rushing out of the Great Hall. I quirked an eyebrow at Ron, and he shrugged his shoulders, a bemused expression on his face. That's what they're always like, he said. But it's true. Once those two set their minds on something, not much can get in their way. Well, that's good to hear. I really want to learn more about my father and his friends. I put on a frown. I wonder why Mr. Lupin didn't mention Peter Pettigrew or a fourth marauder. Hagrid also only told us about Pettigrew and Lupin. Maybe we should ask him? We all turned to look at the staff table, but the massive groundskeeper wasn't there. Hermione chimed in. It's been a long time, Harry. He probably just didn't remember. I'm sure the twins will figure it out. They don't give up. Ron sounded equal parts proud and rueful, no doubt thinking of their tenacity in pranking him over the years. I nodded. Yeah, you're probably right. The twins would be useful proxies for this task, and I had other things to worry about. Halloween was right around the corner, and I had to figure out a game plan for dealing with Quirrell and the Stone, even if I wasn't going to have to battle a troll. Have all of you finished your history essay for tomorrow? I asked, changing the subject. Oh no, Neville moaned. That must have been why the remembrall was red. Halloween, Chapter 14. Halloween. The wind whistled past my ears as I chased the golden snitch, barely visible in the darkening sky. At the last moment, I heard the whoosh of a bludger hurtling through the air toward me from my left, and I hooked my feet together as I threw myself to the right, hanging off my broom in a sloth grip roll. Executing the maneuver caused me to lose sight of the snitch, so I increased my altitude and resumed circling the pitch, my eyes scanning back and forth in search of the telltale metallic sparkle. With our first game less than a month away, and against our arch rival Slytherin at that, Oliver would have been increasing both the pace and length of our Quidditch practices. Below me, Katie, Angelina, and Alicia were moving the quaffle toward the goal hoops, where Oliver circled like a shark that had scented blood. Fred and George were flanking the chasers, batting the other bludger back and forth through their trajectory, and the girls were constantly changing levels to avoid being predictable targets. On my next loop, I spotted the snitch hovering by the unattended goal hoops on the other side of the pitch. Aiming the tip of my Nimbus 2000 at it, I shot forward like a bullet, ducking my head down so low that my chin touched the broomstick, minimizing my air resistance. The snitch shot up, spiraling around the goal post, and I jerked my broom up to follow. I flew directly through the center of the hoop, feeling my robes brush the sides of the hoop as my right hand darted forward, and snapped my hand shut when I felt the snitch contact my Quidditch gloves with a satisfying smack. "Got it," I yelled. "That's 5. Angelina took advantage of Oliver's momentary distraction to send the quaffle zipping through the left goal, and both the chasers and the twins let out whooping cheers. In addition to being a personal record for me, 5 catches of the snitch meant practice was finally over. I flew down to join the rest of them, where they'd landed on the side of the pitch closest to the castle. "Well done, Harry," Katie said breathlessly, hooking an arm around my neck in a brief hug. "Took you long enough," Alicia said, though her smile indicated she wasn't actually upset. "I wouldn't have lasted 5 more minutes up there. That was at least 4 hours. You don't want the Slytherins to win, do you?" Oliver asked testily. "We need to dash. Be prepared," the twins chorused over him. Oliver, the twins, and I split off from the girls, heading to the locker rooms to change. I was the first to leave and was halfway back to Gryffindor Tower when Fred and George caught up with me. "Hold up a second, Harry. We have something to show you." They pulled me into an empty classroom and closed the door, one of them casting colloportus on the door. "What's up?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. "I've got to get back. Astronomy's tonight. Did you find anything out about Pettigrew or the 4th Marauder?" "Not yet. We haven't had the time, Dash. You can thank Oliver for that, Dash. But we've decided to show you something, Dash. The secret to our success, Dash. Behold!" One of the twins pulled a sheet of parchment from inside his robe and held it out to me with a flourish. I kept my face calm as excitement bubbled in my gut. "The Marauder's map. A piece of parchment?" I asked. "Oh, it's not just any piece of parchment, Harry. No, it's a very, very special piece of parchment indeed. Now, give it a tap with your wand, Dash, and say the words, 'I solemnly swear that I am up to no good.'" I followed their instructions, and a detailed map faded into existence. A few labeled dots moved across the map, while most were clustered in 4 jumbled groups in what must have been the locations of the house dormitories. I thought that I recognized Remus Lupin's neat handwriting in the labels, though it was a bit more childish than it had been in the letter he'd sent me. "This," a twin intoned solemnly, pointing out the title along the top edge, "is the Marauder's Map, by Messrs. Padfoot, Prongs, Mooney, and Wormtail," I said, reading the line below. The red-haired boys grinned down at me, eyes sparkling. "Nicked it from Filch's office in our first year. We can't let you have it just yet, Dash. Big plans for the Halloween feast tomorrow, you see, Dash. But we have decided, in our vast generosity, to share it with you, Dash, since you're the son of a Marauder, Dash, and wanted you to know how it works. To hide the map, just tap it with your wand and say Dash." "Mischief managed," they both chorused. I did so and handed the parchment back to them. "Thanks. That's an amazing bit of magic. Percy told me there aren't any maps of Hogwarts." "Huh. Percy likes to think he knows everything, Dash. Quite the big head on our dearest prefect, Dash. But we take every opportunity to correct his misconceptions, Dash, and deflate his head a bit." "I'm sure you do," I said, chuckling. We left the classroom, and Fred and George regaled me with stories of the many various pranks they pulled on Percy on our way back to Gryffindor Tower. Outside the portrait hole, I thanked them for showing me the map again. "No problem, Harry Dash. We're sorry we can't give it you just yet. Make sure to take a close look at it. When we do, there are quite a few secret passages marked on their Dash, which we don't think anyone else knows about. Well, at least Filch doesn't, Dash, or for sure he'd have caught us a lot more." We gave the fat lady the password and entered the common room. Glancing at my watch, I saw it was already past 11, and I hurried up to the first-year dormitory to grab my things for astronomy. The next day, classes passed in a blur. I wasn't the only one who was having a hard time focusing. Everyone was excited about the Halloween feast that evening, though for more mundane reasons than me, and quite a few house points were taken away by exasperated teachers. Ron, Hermione, and I recouped some points for Gryffindor in charms when we demonstrated our competence with the levitation charm. An astonished and delighted Professor Flitwick avoided us 10 points each for our accomplishment, and we spent the rest of the class helping the other students in our house master the charm. With the extra tutelage, even Neville, Lavender, and Seamus, usually the slowest to learn new spells, had their feathers floating around in the air. Flitwick continued to award 5 points to each student who demonstrated the charm, and by the end of class Gryffindor had earned a whopping 60 points. After class, the entire group of first-year Gryffindors swung by the entrance hall to check the house point hourglasses and found that we were now well ahead of Ravenclaw and Slytherin, who had previously been neck and neck with us. This led to much jubilation, and even Neville seemed to be walking a bit straighter in pride as we hurried up to Gryffindor Tower to drop our things off before the feast. As we made our way to the Great Hall, I followed behind my housemates, reflecting that all the first years seemed to get along quite well. Hermione was walking with Parvati and Lavender, chatting amiably, and Seamus and Dean were walking with Ron and Neville, jostling each other as they guessed what Professor Snape's costume would be. I heard Giant Bat and Vampire proposed as possibilities to gales of laughter. My memories of the book suggested that at this point in that timeline, our house had been more divided into pairs of friends. Ron and me, Seamus and Dean, Parvati and Lavender with Studious, Hermione, and Shy Neville much more isolated. I hadn't set out to increase the unity of our house, but in befriending Neville and Hermione early, while not being quite as close with Ron, seemed to have accomplished it nonetheless. As far as I could remember, all of my year mates had joined the DA in 5th year, and had braved perils that weren't even covered by the narrative during 7th year while Harry had been off hunting Horcruxes. Lavender Brown, who had come off as rather ditzy in the books, had even given her life at the Battle of Hogwarts. So far, while I hadn't been unfriendly, I had pretty much ignored the children who hadn't been close to Harry in the books. I resolved to correct this oversight and make greater efforts to get to know them on my own. While in general I was having a hard time relating to my fellow 11-year-olds, I decided to try my best to engage with them more. Perhaps I could start a study group. I'd have to be careful, though, as I suspected that Hermione might get a bit overzealous in attempting to be helpful, and I didn't want her to alienate herself from the other girls. Normal 11-year-olds only had so much tolerance for schoolwork after all. Reaching the Great Hall, we took our seats at the end of the Gryffindor table closest to the high table, which the older students had left empty. I sat down next to Percy Weasley, who greeted me politely but with a distracted air. He kept looking across the hall to the Ravenclaw table and blushing, and I followed his gaze to a pretty blonde which had a prefect badge pinned to her purple and silver-trimmed robes. Ah, that must be Penelope Clearwater. I grinned. That romance was already beginning to bud, it seemed. I didn't comment, not wanting to draw the attention of Fred and George to Percy, who I was sure would love nothing more than to interfere in his love life. Instead, I loaded up my plate and looked around the Great Hall, which had been elaborately decorated for Halloween. Massive carved pumpkins floated in the air above our heads, along with merrily twinkling candles. The castle's ghosts were floating around up there as well, adding to the ambience. Spider webs hung from the high table, where Dumbledore sat in the middle of the rest of the staff, beaming down at the gathered students benevolently. I noticed that Quirrell was conspicuously absent, as there was only a single chair that remained empty. After a few minutes, the general din in the hall increased by a few notches, and I looked up from my food, expecting to see Quirrell rushing in. There was still no sign of him, and the cries of shock and outrage coming from the Slytherin table drew my gaze in that direction. Every single student's robes bore huge, garish orange polka dots, and they were all sporting hair of an equally eye-wrenching hue of the same color. I glanced over at the Weasley twins, who were pointing and laughing along with the rest of the students not at the Slytherin table, and one of them winked at me. I grinned and started to clap, and soon everyone in Gryffindor, then after a few moments Hufflepuff, and finally Ravenclaw had followed suit. Even Dumbledore stood and joined in. Thus it was to thunderous applause that Quirrell rushed into the Great Hall and ran up to the high table. "Troll in the dungeons," he gasped out, barely audible above the sound of several score clapping students, then promptly collapsed in a faint. Most of the hall hadn't heard him over the noise, though some stopped clapping and looked up toward Quirrell's crumpled form in curiosity or concern. Dumbledore stood immediately and pointed his wand at his throat. "Dear students, please quiet down and remain calm. There is a situation requiring the attention of the staff, and I'm afraid we must cut short our revelry. Prefects, please escort your houses to your dormitories and await further instructions. Do not allow anyone to leave until a professor tells you may." The teachers formed a huddle and began to converse among themselves, worried expressions on their face. All of them ignored Quirrell except Snape, who was frowning down at him suspiciously. The prefects quickly mustered their students, and we departed the Great Hall in 4 tightly clustered groups. Once we were in the safety of the common room, and our prefects had determined that everyone was accounted for, I hurried over to catch up with the Weasley twins, who were edging their way away from the chattering crowd of students toward the staircase to the boys' dormitory. "Did you hear what Quirrell said?" I asked them as I approached. "Yes, a troll dash. In Hogwarts, imagine that. I assume this isn't part of your prank. Going to see if the Marauders can give us an idea of what might be going on?" I queried, and they nodded. "Yes, not us. And too many eyes here dash. Come along if you want, Harry." I followed the pair of redheads up 4 flights of stairs to their dormitory, taking the steps 2 at a time. The scene that met my eyes looked like a small tornado had recently passed through. Splatters of ink in every color of the rainbow covered the ceiling and walls, along with a few scorch marks. There were only 2 beds, and I realized that the twins must be the only male 4th years in Gryffindor. Apparently, their dormitory doubled as their laboratory, which probably explained why we hadn't been able to find them when we'd gone searching for them with Ron on the previous Sunday. I didn't have time to comment on the state of their room, as one of the twins had already whipped out and activated the Marauders map and laid it down on a battered desk in the center of the room. The dots representing the teachers were mostly scattered around the dungeon, moving through the halls in pairs. I glanced at the Great Hall and saw that Quirrell's that wasn't there anymore. "Look," I said, pointing it out. "Quirrell's not in the Great Hall anymore, but I don't see him in the dungeons with the rest of the staff." "Good eye, Harry." I noticed Snape's not in the dungeons either. "Look, he's on the 3rd floor. And there's Quirrell too. That's the Forbidden Corridor. Do you guys know what's up there?" One of the twins shrugged. "We checked it out, of course. There's a locked door at the end of the corridor. We didn't want to push our luck by going inside. It might be charmed to alert the staff if someone unlocks it," explained the other. "Look, Quirrell's that just disappeared. He was right outside the locked door." Snape's that was rapidly approaching the same spot. Right as he neared the corner to that stretch of corridor, Quirrell's name reappeared on the map. They passed each other without slowing. Then Snape's name vanished. "Ah, that was odd. They didn't even slow down when they passed each other," I mused. "Strange indeed, young Harry. There's no love lost between those 2 dash. Snape's always wanted the defense position, UC dash, and it's rather unlike him to forego a biting remark when running into Quirrell. Looks like Quirrell's heading back to the Great Hall." "Weird," I said when the dots stopped moving. "That looks like the same spot he fainted in. Think he's pretending that he's still out cold? That seems kind of suspicious." Fred and George wore identical frowns. "Yes, he's an odd one dash, but that's weird even for him." The dots for the teachers were all converging at a location on the 2nd floor, around a small icon of a person in a dress. Snape's that had reappeared and seemed to be moving to join them. "I think they found the troll," I remarked, tapping the spot on the map. "Yes, that seems likely dash. The 2nd floor girls' bathroom." Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Flitwick moved inside the bathroom, followed shortly by Snape as he arrived, while the rest of the teachers formed a half-circle outside the bathroom, probably to prevent the troll's escape should it get past the headmaster and the heads of Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. "They must be subduing the troll," said one of the redheads. "I wish I could see that. Poor troll doesn't stand a chance against those 4. The other chuckled. Nothing happened for a few moments. Then the 3 heads of house exited the bathroom, while Hagrid's that moved to join. "Dumbledore's inside. Show's over," announced one of the twins. "Clean up crew," the other chimed in. Professor McGonagall's that was heading toward Gryffindor Tower. A twin deactivated the map and held it out to me. Well, that was interesting. You fancy taking a turn with the map? Our prank tonight on the Slytherins was a stunning success, as you saw. Shame that troll had to show up and steal our thunder. Grinning, I took the map. Thanks. I'm going to do some exploring this weekend. Do you mind if I show it to my friends? They grudgingly agreed that I could show it to Ron, Hermione, and Neville, and absolutely no one else. I thanked them again, promising that I'd take good care of it, and that they could use it whenever they wanted, and put it into my robe's inner pocket. We hurried back to the common room to hear what McGonagall would have to say about the incident. When she arrived, Professor McGonagall was tight-lipped about what had happened. She simply explained that the situation had been resolved and that we could leave the dormitory now, but warned us not to forget to be back by curfew, then rushed off. Hermione noticed me and hurried over, trailed by Neville and Ron. Where were you, Harry? We noticed you were missing. I was worried, but Neville said you wouldn't have been so foolish as to leave the tower. Ron seemed to think you had gone off to battle the troll on your own, Hermione said, frowning at the red-haired boy, who blushed and looked down at his feet. I chuckled. No, I don't fancy my chances against a troll. They are resistant to magic, and I doubt we've learned anything that could stop one. What would I do? Stick my wand up its nose? We all laughed at the image that evoked, and it seemed that was enough to make everyone forget about my earlier absence. I'd be able to reveal the map to them at my discretion. I don't know, Harry. You're awfully good at magic. Even Hermione has a hard time keeping up with you in charms and transfiguration. Ron said, Oh no, I still need to revise my transfiguration essay for tomorrow. Hermione rushed off toward the stairs to the girls' dormitory. Bit mental about homework, isn't she? Ron commented, but he said it fondly, so I just smiled and nodded in agreement. Either of you up for a game of chess? I've got to do my essay too. You always beat me anyway, Ron, Neville said, and headed for our dormitory. Ron looked at me and raised an eyebrow. Sure, I'll play a game. Just one, though. I haven't done my essay yet either. Ron threw his hands up in the air. Me either, but there's plenty of time before bed. You won the last one, Harry. I think it's time you take the black pieces. I agreed, and we made our way over to the table with the chessboard, but I was distracted, excited by my acquisition of the map. Ron seemed to have already forgotten about the night's events and beat me handily. Quidditch and Queerness. Chapter 15. Quidditch and Queerness. Waking early on the Sunday after Halloween, I left Gryffindor Tower before any of my dorm mates were up. I'd been sitting by the lake with my 3 friends the previous afternoon, reading the Enchanter's Primer, and had found several charms that were used to analyze magical objects which I wanted to try on the Marauders map. The halls of the castle were empty this soon after sunrise on a Saturday, and I was quickly situated in my now familiar study in the room of requirement. I set the blank map down on the table and set to work attempting to cast a Persium, the revealing charm. According to the primer, this charm was quite easily defeated by a variety of means, but there were more advanced variations which could only be learned after sufficient mastery of the base spell. After an hour of trial and error, I managed to cast the charm. As I'd expected, rather than revealing the map itself, a Persium merely caused it to display a series of personal insults directed at the caster. The next step was far more laborious. I had to combine the revealing charm with whatever charm I suspected the object had been enchanted with. I worked through the hours breakfast was being served in the Great Hall, testing the map for some of the basic enchantments listed in the primer. I confirmed that I was able to cast variations of a Persium by testing for the concealment charm, which the revealing charm countered and therefore must have been cast on the map to conceal the insulting mode. The map had glowed blue, indicating that the concealment charm had indeed been used. A Persium Proteo. I twirled my wand through 2.5 loops of a descending helix, punctuated by tapping the map twice, and was rewarded by the parchment glowing a soft violet. Finally, some progress. A violet glow meant some variation of a charm had been used, in this case the Protean charm, which Hermione had used to create the Defense Association meeting coins in the books. Unfortunately, I didn't know the incantations for any variants of the Protean charm, so I couldn't further test the map to determine which one was in effect. I was getting hungrier by the minute, so I decided to get in a workout, then return to Gryffindor Tower and have a shower before grabbing lunch. I ran into Ron and Neville in the Great Hall, and Ron suggested we go take turns flying my Nimbus 2000 on the Quidditch pitch. Neville joined us, though it took some convincing. He spent most of the time stretched out on the grass below us, leafing through a massive tome on herbology, but we managed to get him to take a few turns on the broom. He was a bit of a shaky flyer and didn't venture more than few paces above the ground, but his skills had definitely improved since his first catastrophic flying lesson. Afterwards, I hurried to the library, where I saw Hermione scribbling away on a parchment, with a huge stack of books piled on the table she was sitting at. The other tables were full of mostly older students, so I took a seat next to her after finding a pair of books that looked useful. The first was simply titled Reparo and contained dozens of variations of the mending charm. The basic charm could repair almost anything, but required a great deal of mental focus and knowledge of the item being repaired to work properly. The variants, which included Oculus Reparo for fixing broken eyeglasses, were much easier to cast, but only worked on the specific type of items that they were intended for. The second, the Protean Charm in Practice, was a treatise on the uses of the Protean Charm with a few chapters on several of its common variants. Much like the Mending Charm, the basic charm was quite flexible but incredibly difficult to master, while the variants allowed less skilled wizards to accomplish much more specific tasks. However, deep familiarity with the specific variants would eventually lead to being able to just use the base charm for those tasks. I took copious notes and had filled nearly 10 pages on each of the books in my variable volume by dinner time. "I'm getting rather hungry, Harry. Should we head down for dinner?" Hermione asked, whispering so as not to draw Madame Pance's ire. "Sure, I could use some food." We left the library, and I asked Hermione what she had been working on. She told me that she'd been researching methods to magically transcribe text, trying to find out how our professors made a full chalkboard of writing appear with a mere swish of their wands. Writing with a quill and ink was too laborious, and she often had to recopy her homework assignments several times before she was satisfied with her penmanship, and she was hoping to find some magic that would increase her efficiency in this regard. While she'd been unable to find out how the professors did their trick with the chalkboards, she'd found a number of useful charms that would help her. The first was the copying charm, which would copy the contents of a paper onto one place beneath it. This had led her to investigate the anti-copying charm, which most books were enchanted with to prevent their unauthorized duplication. Her second find was the correction charm. Only useful on a few words or a sentence written in ink on parchment, it would allow the caster to focus on a correction to the desired phrase, causing the ink to be drawn out of the page and reform itself into the corrected text. Wow, those sound really useful. Think we could work together on learning them? Sure, Harry, I'd love some help. Want to get started tonight after dinner? Sounds great, I said. I've also got a thought on how the professors might be doing their trick. Maybe they write it out by hand before class, and then cast the concealment charm on it. Then they just cast the revealing charm in class. Hermione slapped her forehead. Why didn't I think of that? Yes, that makes perfect sense. They probably don't want us distracted by whatever's written on the board until they're ready for us to read it. Let's ask Professor Flitwick next time in charms. I doubt it's a secret. Our conversation paused as we reached the Great Hall, where we joined our housemates for dinner. The talk around Gryffindor table largely revolved around the first Quidditch match on the coming Saturday, where we would be facing Slytherin. There was plenty of worrying over whether I would be able to keep up with Slytherin's seeker, Terrence Higgs, who had the advantage of several years of experience over me. I was gratified when my teammates, who had all played against Terrence before, defended me vociferously, reassuring the rest of the house that I was already very competent and would easily match Higgs. They were more concerned about Slytherin's tendency to play dirty and foul whenever and wherever Madam Hooch wasn't looking. On the way back from dinner, I invited Ron and Neville to join Hermione and me in our efforts to learn the copying and correction charms, but they both begged off, as they hadn't yet finished the charms essay we had due tomorrow on the Alhambra. Back in Gryffindor Tower, I decided to make good on my plan to try to reach out to the other first years. Lavender and Parvati had already headed up the stairs to the girls' dormitory, so I approached Dean and Seamus. Hey mates, Hermione and I are going to try to learn a couple of charms that we think will be pretty useful. The copying charm lets you copy pages, kind of like a Muggle Xerox machine, and the correction charm lets you fix mistakes in things you've written. They aren't covered until third-year charms, but we think they'll make doing homework a lot easier and wanted to see if we could figure them out. Want to join us? Oh wow, those sound really useful, said Dean. I'm in. Yeah, those would come in handy, but I've still got that charms essay for tomorrow. Didn't feel like starting it over the weekend, Seamus said with a sigh. Ron and Neville are working on it too, if you want some company, I told him, gesturing to the pair of couches where the two were sitting, leafing through the charms textbook. Oh, thanks, Harry, that'd be great. Seamus went over to them, while Dean and I joined Hermione where she was already sitting in a far corner of the room, arranging the notes she'd taken earlier on the table in front of her. We were short a chair, so I pulled out my wand and levitated one over. Dean raised his eyebrows, impressed. You're really good at that. It was awesome how you two and Ron helped the rest of us learn it last week. If you don't mind me asking, how'd you already know it? Hermione looked up and answered him. Harry learned it over the summer. Ron and I shared a compartment with him on the Express, and he taught it to us. I thought we weren't supposed to use magic outside of Hogwarts? Dean asked, forehead crinkled in confusion. That's true, Dean, Hermione said, sounding slightly guilty. I didn't know that, and tried quite a few spells myself over the summer. I asked Professor McGonagall about it, and she explained that the rule only applies to Hogwarts students, and we weren't technically students yet. Now that we've been attending school, we won't be able to do any magic next summer. Really? I asked, feigning ignorance. Ron always complains about Fred and George pranking him over the summer, and he said they levitated him into the pond behind his house. Hermione frowned. You're right. I remember him tell us that. That's strange. They should have gotten in trouble for violating the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery of 1875. Are you sure they didn't get a warning letter? Ron didn't mention it, I said. We'll have to ask him about that. Later, though, I really want to see if we can figure out these charms. Dean wanted to try the copying charm first, while Hermione was more interested in the correction charm. So we decided to divide our efforts. Hermione handed Dean her notes on the copying charm, while I joined her in working on the correction charm. We had been at it for more than an hour, and Hermione and I had only achieved limited success, getting the ink to puddle up on the paper, but not reform into our desired correction, when Dean let out a victorious shout. Check it out, guys, I got it. He placed a blank parchment down on the table, and then placed another on top of, which contained a drawing of a man drawing back his foot to kick a soccer ball. He tapped the top sheet in each of its four corners, then swished his wand back and forth above the sheet. Scribus replicatus. The lines of the drawing grew slightly darker and thicker, then reverted to their original appearance. He lifted it up with a flourish, revealing that the previously blank parchment beneath it now contained a faded copy of the original drawing. Look, it's a bit faded, but that's awesome, he enthused, grinning. Great work, Dean, Hermione said eagerly. Let me try. Swish from left to right, then right to left, right? With Dean's help, we both managed the charm another half hour, then returned to attempting the correction charm with renewed vigor from our success. Again, Dean was the first to master it, and he seemed equally proud and surprised that he'd gotten it before both Hermione and me. You guys are always so quick to pick up everything in class. I thought I'd just be slowing you down tonight. Never thought I'd be first to figure out both of them. Did you draw that picture you were copying? I asked. It was really good. Thanks. Yeah, I love drawing. Been doing it since I was really young. Hermione quickly caught on to the direction of my thoughts. Oh, I bet that's why you're so good at these spells. I've been doing some reading on magical theory, and one of the major elements of using magic is affinity. If you're experienced doing something without magic, you'll usually have an easier time picking up spells that do something similar. So because I draw a lot, it's easier for me to learn charms that have to do with drawing? Dean asked. Seems like a good theory, I said. Wicked. I need to see if I can find out how to make my drawings animated. I've seen some of the older kids doing it, and it looks like loads of fun. Not until you help us learn the correction charm. Hermione interjected, her voice rather shrill, then blushed. If you don't mind, of course. Of course, Hermione, Dean replied with a grin. That was the deal, after all. I'm just glad I finally get to teach you two something. After another hour of practice, Hermione and I were finally able to perform the correction charm, though the corrected writing came out blotchy and misshapen. Dean had improved to the point where his handwriting actually looked better after using the charm. "This is great," he said. "Looks like my handwriting when I use a normal pen. A muggle pen, I mean. I'm still getting the hang of these quills we're supposed to use." "That makes sense," I mused. "You're probably really good at visualizing things with all the drawing you do." "Yeah, at this point I usually see the whole drawing in my head before I even pick up my pen. I'm heading to bed." This was exhausting, but really cool. "Thanks so much for letting me work with you. I didn't even know about either of those spells." "Of course, Dean. I'm glad you joined us. We'd probably still be struggling with them if it weren't for your help," Hermione said with a bright smile. "For sure," I agreed. "Let us know if you want some company figuring out how to animate your drawings." "That sounds pretty neat." "Definitely," he said, standing up. "See you tomorrow, Hermione, and see you upstairs, Harry." "Good night," Hermione and I chorused, and then I turned to her as he walked away. "Bit more practice before bed?" I asked. She nodded, a determined glint in her eyes, and we continued to drill for another hour, until we were both able to at least match the quality of our original handwriting. The next week passed in a blur of classes and Quidditch practice. The few nights we weren't out on the pitch spent catching up on homework. The weather had taken a decided wintry turn in the last few days, and the Saturday of the match dawned bright and clear but cold and windy. My nerves running high, the morning stuttered by in a jarring series of scenes. Being shaken awake by an excited Ron Weasley, eating a bite of toast in the Great Hall, putting on the left arm guard of my Quidditch gear in the locker room, Oliver Wood saying the last few words of his pre-game pep speech, Madam Hooch releasing the snitch to the roar of the crowds filling the stands. I was up in the air, circling high above in the open sky, a few paces behind Slytherin's Seeker, when my thoughts resumed flowing in a continuous stream. The sounds of the crowds below were diminished to a muted hum that blended with the sound of the air, whistling past my ears and my Quidditch robes snapping in the wind of my passage. My gaze swept the sky in sweeping arcs, head swiveling from side to side. My focus switched between tracking the two bludgers, keeping up with the Slytherin Seeker, and monitoring the state of the game below me, while always staying alert for the snitch. My female teammates scored the first few goals, galvanizing the Slytherins into a frenetic effort that earned them a tied score. They slowed down to catch their breaths, and Gryffindor stepped on the gas and regained the lead. This pattern repeated for cycles, and I had seen no sign of the snitch when Higgs suddenly plummeted in a steep dive. I swooped down after him, eyes searching ahead for the snitch, but only saw the green grass of the pitch rushing up at me. I called his feint and pulled up on my broomstick moments before he did the same, leveling off a few feet below me, mere paces above the ground. He cast a smirk back at me, but I only saw it out of the corner of my eye, already back to scanning the sky above. We had ended up down beneath the Gryffindor goalposts, away from the action by the Slytherin goalposts, where the Gryffindor chasers were pushing the quaffle forward, dodging their Slytherin counterparts. Each team's beaters controlled a bludger, batting it back and forth, trying to send it hurtling into the opposing team's chasers. The bludgers didn't fly in straight lines, however, and their errant courses often sent them hurtling as close to friend as foe. One of the bludgers nearly hit Alicia as she threw the quaffle toward a goal, and she almost fell off her broom dodging it. The Slytherin keeper, Miles Bletchley, blocked the shot, smacking the quaffle toward Marcus Flint. There! The snitch was hovering just behind Bletchley's shoulder. I angled my broomstick sharply upward and shot forward in a rapid ascent, aiming toward the center of the pitch so Higgs wouldn't be able to locate the snitch by tracking my trajectory. Beneath me, I saw Higgs turn around to look for me. Not seeing me, he looked around frantically, then flew up toward me at full speed when he saw me high above him. Fortunately, the play had moved between us, and he nearly collided with a Slytherin chaser in his haste to catch me. Taking advantage of my head start, I flipped the tip of my broom toward the snitch where it still hovered by the Slytherin goals. As if it sensed my intent, the snitch darted away in a descending arc, and I pulled hard on my broom to head it off. Flint, who had been yelling at Higgs for his sloppy flying, caught sight of me over his teammate's shoulder. He sped to cut me off with a snarl, nearly knocking Higgs off his broom, but the Slytherin Seeker recovered quickly and quickly followed behind Flint. I had narrowed the distance between myself and the snitch to a few meters when Flint reached me, hurtling directly towards me in a collision course. With a growl of frustration, I swerved hard to the left, narrowly avoiding the larger boy, but losing sight of the snitch. He sent a triumphant leer in my direction before turning his broom and flying to rejoin the action at the other end of the pitch. Higgs reversed our previous roles and took to following me, clearly not wanting to lose track of me again after getting chewed out by his captain. The snitch remained elusive for nearly an hour, and I was numb from the cold by the time I sighted it again, now by the section of the stands where the teachers sat. This time Higgs spotted it at the same time I did, and we raced toward it neck and neck. We were closing in on it when my broom suddenly jerked beneath me, trying to throw me like a bucking horse, and I nearly smashed into Higgs. He swore at me as he dodged out of the way, but I ignored him. It was all I could do to stay on my broom. The snitch shot right between us, and Higgs nearly caught it, his fingertips inches away, then swerved to follow. I took in the teachers' section of the stands with a glance. They were all watching me with expressions of consternation except Quirrell, whose eyes were fixed on me as his lips moved silently, and Snape, who was frowning in suspicion, eyes darting between me and Quirrell. After a long moment, his lips began to move as well. The broom's thrashing calmed down considerably, and I didn't waste any time shooting toward the other end of the pitch, in that hope that putting as much distance between myself and the teachers as possible would impede Quirrell's attempts at interference. I was catching up with Higgs when he suddenly dove toward the Gryffindor goalposts. Extrapolating his path, I caught sight of the snitch, hovering close to the ground by the base of the center post. I raced to cut Higgs off, but he had too much of a lead. He stretched a hand out as he closed in on the snitch, but the small golden ball swerved out of his reach at the last moment, spiraling up around the goalpost. I adjusted my trajectory in response, aiming toward the hoop at the top of the goalpost, gaining on it as it continued to spiral upwards around the metal pole. Below me, I saw Higgs barely pulling out of his dive in time before hitting the ground. I was grinning in triumph, hand outstretched toward the snitch, when my broom jerked violently, ripping itself out of my grasp. My heart plummeted as I found myself airborne, my broom veering away drunkenly, still thrashing. My momentum carried me straight toward the snitch, and my hand closed around it instinctively. I threw my other arm out desperately and managed to hook it around the goalpost. A sharp pain flared in my shoulder as I whipped around the pole, my face and torso slamming into it painfully. Somehow, I was able to wrap my legs around the goalpost, and I slid down it like a fireman's pole. I was able to slow my descent somewhat by squeezing the pole between my thighs and calves, but I still thudded down at its base in a jarring impact, my knees giving out and my back slamming into the ground. Dazed, I struggled to my knees, then promptly vomited. I shakily pushed myself to my feet, looking around the pitch blearily. The crowd was so silent you could hear a pin drop, every eye fixed on me. My heart hammering, I gradually became aware of the snitch squirming in my grip, its wings fluttering madly from between my fingers. I raised it above my head, and the crowd burst into a roar. Then everything turned bright, the thunderous cheering fading away to an indistinct buzzing, and I collapsed to the ground in a dead faint.